Welcome to the noble realm, where dreams and magic overwhelm. With Annie and Sydney by your side, join us on this wondrous ride. Adventure stories and hearts so true. Every day there's something new. In this realm where friendships grow. Welcome to the Getting to Know Show. Noble realm where we belong. With Annie and Sydney we'll sing along. Getting to know each other here. In a world that's full of cheer. Noble realm where dreams come true. With every friend there's something new. The Getting to Know Show has just begun. Together we'll have so much fun. From starlit skies to oceans deep, secrets of the realm we'll keep. Annie and Sydney lead the way, guiding us through night and day. With every laugh, with every tear, we build our bonds, we face our fears. In this realm, our love will grow. Welcome to the Getting to Know Show. Noble realm where we belong. With Annie and Sydney we'll sing along. Getting to know each other here. In a world that's full of cheer. Noble realm where dreams come true. With every friend there's something new. The Getting to Know Show has just begun. Together we'll have so much fun. In the glow of the stars above, we find our strength, we share our love. Annie and Sydney hand in hand, leading us through this magical land. Every story, every smile, makes our journey so worthwhile. With hearts so full and spirits high, we'll reach for dreams up in the sky. From the dawn till the setting sun, our journey's only just begun. In this realm where love will grow. Welcome to the Getting to Know Show. Noble realm where we belong. With Annie and Sydney we'll sing along. Getting to know each other here. In a world that's full of cheer. Noble realm where dreams come true. With every friend there's something new. The Getting to Know Show has just begun. Together we'll have so much fun. So as we journey hand in.
But, oops, I hit the wrong button. Well, that's the way to start off a show. But welcome, everybody. You know what? Right now, we've got 26 people in the house, and we're going to have an amazing interview today. We have Greg Bakken, and for those of you who don't know who he is, you're going to learn about him, and you're definitely going to want to go over there and watch his shows. He's on, I believe, 6 days a week. So this guy's a busy guy. And let me go ahead and bring up my other hostesses right here. And we have Sydney. Welcome,
Hey,
Sydney.
guys.
How are you?
What's up? How
Welcome,
goes
welcome.
it?
So we got so many wonderful people in chat. But let me go ahead and bring up Greg, and then we'll say hello to everyone. But you guys, let's give a big round of applause for Greg. Hey, welcome,
Hey,
Greg.
Greg.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good. I'm
I
good.
did-
I was just jamming out to your theme song, so that's a good
I
start.
told you it was cheesy. Was
It's
it
a cheesy, awesome song.
I feel like that you need graphics and imagery of like anime that goes along with it. I think anime would be perfect for that song.
That would be.
I don't know how to do anime. I'm just now learning.
Well, you know, you got one part taken care of, so now you just need to work
Yeah.
on the other at some point. That's all. So
And actually, Don Vito in there, The Godfather, he does stuff like that. So I'll have to talk
you
with him.
might have to hit him up for that.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I know, right? He did my opening for my intro and outro for the PDX one.
Okay.
Amazing guy to do all this stuff. But let me look and chat really fast. I'm not going to scroll all the way up. I'm just going to say hi to everybody that's coming in right now. We got Maria Hellcat. Welcome. We also got Bad to the Bone. What's up, Bad to the Bone? J Mac, my husband. How are you, baby? Fawn and Sherry and Story Dory, which is Thomas. Welcome, you guys. Roger Love Bunny's in the house. Oh, we got Huntingly Beautiful Adventures. That's Helena. Welcome. I'm glad you're here, Miss Kay. We got Angela, Joanne Stewart. We got a lot of people coming in already. And we got Harvey. We have, oh my gosh, you guys, you're typing so fast now. David, everyone, Willa. We got several different Davids in here. You guys, welcome. Welcome. And you guys, and Ashley, and I did say hi to Ashley, but you guys, you know how this goes. You can also ask questions. We're going to get to know. That's why it's Getting to Know show. And this is season 2, part 1, or episode 1. And I'm really honored to actually have Greg here. He's a very busy guy, and to have him on my show, it's, you know, our show. I don't mean my show. Our show. It's truly an honor. So, Greg, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I don't know. Human being, just kind of wanders the earth until my time is up here. No, I like everyone here, paranormal investigator, been doing it for a number of years. And for me, the thing I like the most, my favorite way of communicating is through ITC methods. Spirit Box is really where it's at for me. It's been with me from the start. In fact, I basically use the very same one. I know a lot of people like to use fancy new ones that are very cool. We got a lot of cool creators out there right now, but I'm still just using my my SP7, and I try other stuff, and it works. But I love the synchronicity I have with the box that I use, and I also use mediumship to pull forth who I want to talk to. So it's not random. It's not something that I hope I can get someone. The goal when I turn on the box is if we want to talk to somebody, that I'm pulling them through, and that's kind of what I've been focused on. And then I also Monday through Friday I do a radio show on AM 950 called Ghost Box Radio. It is a paranormal program, as you can imagine. We bring in other folks as well, but like I said, it is Monday through Friday, and we do stream it video as well. And we've been streaming it on Parallax now for we've been doing it about 2-3 months or something, haven't we?
Yes.
So it's been fun to be able to do that. And as all of us who do live streams or whatever, it's I absolutely love doing it, and I've been happy that I've been able to turn that into sort of a living, and it's kind of a dream for me. So it's been good. It's been really good. And yeah, as far as the paranormal stuff, that's just really about it. It's all about I don't do a lot of events anymore. I tend to do more like people are requesting for me to come out with I partner with a woman named Char Savoy. We do a lot of cleansings and stuff like that. Nice. We kind of do things a little bit differently. We think it's a little bit unique, but we generally go out and do more of like helping people, just because it's just, I don't know, I'm
the right thing.
I have a perhaps more of a stronger opinion on paranormal in general now than I did, say, like 3 years ago or something,
So
I was like, did I break you? And it's such a silence.
I know. I was like, I know you said a lot. I was like,
I know I
do
all
my questions like right away. No, I love the fact that you do talk, because I honestly don't like the dead air, and so I like to try to keep everybody in chat entertained and interested and stuff. Because if you got dead air and crickets, they're going bye-bye. Because right now we got 34 people in the house, and 34. You guys, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate this, all of us. So so you don't go investigate like anymore, but you still go to like maybe Paracons or places to
I'll investigate anything.
Oh, will you?
Yeah, okay. I'll go out and investigate anything. It's more of the Paracons that I don't do.
You don't do those anymore, or as much?
Like I won't go do like the events and stuff. I might make an event, because we used to do a lot of events ourselves, but it becomes more and more for me. I don't like going to locations that thousands of people go to just maybe people are going to communicate with spirit, and that's great. Other people might be going to rile up spirit at some of these locations, and to each their own. Everyone, I mean, there's a reason why these locations are open and they're doing what they're doing. But the point honestly becomes, for me, it's like I want to go places where I can actually help, and that's really what it comes down to for me. Is I just want to be able to help both spirit and the living, more spirit, I'll be honest. But so that's kind of really that's kind of where it's at for me at the moment. At least I just find that people keep going to the same places over and over and over again, which is fine. People can do whatever they want. That's just me. This is just me, though, being like, I just really want to, right now, I just want to make more of a difference. If I'm going to go out and do anything paranormal, I want to have a specific reason for it. And I don't know about you two. I don't know if you two are doing the events or anything like that, but when you get there and then you have someone famous there, you're really not allowed to investigate anyway. Everyone wants to see how the famous person does it. They all want to be around that person. It's not a team thing. It's more of like an entertainment show or something. That's fine for people who want to do that. That's totally fine. But so I'm complaining about it, I guess, here, but I'm choosing not to do that at the same time. So I'm removing myself from there.
No, I totally understand that. And I agree with you about so I just got back from Pennhurst, an amazing place, the history and stuff like that. I didn't get much evidence, but I did get some. I got a lot of, EVPs. But it wasn't like how the other people make it out to be. It's just so more or less, it was all hype. And Bad to the Bone was with us there too. And there was like a group of us, just 10 of us that went, just strangers, and met up. And that's what I like. Not big groups, not, because you don't want to get that contamination and stuff like that. So I totally get what you're saying. But when I go to bigger places, I think more so I want to try to debunk what they've hyped them up to be.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah, I can see that. And I see Bad to the Bone, Paranormal says famous. I don't look at them as they're famous, but you tell them that. And you tell the people, if you're at an event and people are going to see like a Schrader or something like that, and they're there, and it's one of those things that regardless if we don't think that they are, and I'm right there with you, everyone else just kind of fawns over these people. And I just choose not to take part in that, because if I want to go somewhere like you just did, I want to go and investigate as well. I don't want to just be like, oh, well, they're doing their thing, I guess we're just going to watch and see how they do it. And they may not do it as well as other people do it, just because they're on a show or whatever else does not equate to being an expert. And we know that there really aren't any experts in this field, but some of the people do come across as if they are the King Paranormal, and that is just to me, it's it's unfortunate we're 13 minutes into this. I'm already talking about that, because you could tell it's just kind of one of those things that do bug me quite a bit, actually. Because that's all I see out there in my feed is people having these events, and they're just wanting their picture taken with these celebrities that they're calling friends. And it's like, yeah, they're friends for that weekend, but are they friends beyond that? There is a kind of a reality check I think some people need to take sometimes.
Well, the friends, like when I meet, I've actually spoke with them many years on the computer. Everybody's a little box. I don't just like totally meet up with a stranger. Like, let's say Sydney's like, hey, or she's like, hey, I heard about you, PDX. Let's go collab and stuff. I don't do. I've got to actually get to know the person, via the internet. And as we're growing up, our parents always said, don't talk to strangers. And here we are, like just flying across the world and stuff. But no, I get what you're saying. And, we can get into go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm talking more of the celebrities anyway. I'm not talking
Yes.
like, oh, we like Emmy, we've been talking for a long time. I'm looking forward to seeing you at this event, and from there,
Yes.
that's different. I'm talking about those who go and pay to see these people. They're like, yeah, they're great friends of mine. Then why is it the only time you see them you have to pay to see them?
Exactly. That's yes. Yes.
That's where I'm coming from.
And Sydney's like sitting there being quiet. Usually she's the one that's got a lot of questions. What do you got to
bore
say,
her.
Sydney?
I
No,
bore her
I'm
to
just
the core.
really interested. I want to hear everything this man has to say. I've been
I know, right?
watching all of his lives and listening to his radio stuff. And I'm like, man, this guy has a lot to say. And I like
Unfortunately for
listening
everybody,
to
yeah.
you because you aren't afraid to hold back. Like you will say what you need to say, and if it hurts your feelings, it hurts your feelings. If it doesn't, then that's cool. And that's what I love about your show is that you hit the topics that people are scared to talk about.
Well, thank you for saying that. The one thing that I do try to do though is like I don't want to insult. I don't want to put down people. If someone falls into the realm of what I'm talking about, that's up to them to decide if they really think if that's them or not. That's okay. I'm not here to insult them though, but I'm here to kind of like, this is what I'm seeing. I don't like it personally. Right. Some of the stuff I don't see, but to those who are down for whatever, that's just kind of how it goes. Yeah, I mean, it's just like there's a lot that's been going on in our field, and it's kind of troubling, I think, quite frankly, because I don't know if it's about paranormal anymore. I don't know if our field's about paranormal anymore.
Right. I was talking to another one of our buddies this morning just about the same thing. I was like, man, I said, I don't investigate as much as I used to just because it's not the same. There's so much other stuff coming in that the paranormal stuff is just, it's not there.
Yeah.
And so I'm just like, it doesn't make it fun anymore.
It isn't. And I think for me, one of the things that I've been kind of doing more of, and I think ultimately if I want to, when I want to get more people to watch my show and stuff, knowing that may not happen, is that I've withdrawn a little bit, which is odd for having like a true radio show. But it's like I don't want to be a hypocrite either by being like, well, all this stuff bothers me, and the next thing I'm like getting like only trying to attract certain type of people to my show. I try to find people who are not I agree with them 100%. That is barking up the right tree is what I'm saying. That's
my dog agrees with you too. Did you hear?
Yeah, no, that's the bark up the right tree. Absolutely. So yeah, I just think that
I was gonna say Tracy right there. She said it perfect. Most people get starstruck easily, and people love going to really known places in hopes they can really get into the star world only, not the intention of seeing what's actually out there. That's 100%.
I think that's certainly a big part of it. Absolutely, 100%. And I think there's a lot of I think there's just like, and I think one thing about like paranormal stars, if you want to, celebrities, is that they're so accessible that I think people think that it's easy to be in their circle or be whatever, and it's one of those things that just isn't the case, and these people, rightly so, kind of keep a distance because they have to, because it's business at the end of the day. So yeah, I don't know. It's just weird, and I just find it frustrating, like that you get people who will discount, and I've been on that end, and maybe that's why I'm a little sore about it. You get discounted because you're not certain people, and it's like, well, there's a lot of us who are really talented in our own ways. So, but it just seems like Lord of the Flies, everyone's vying for a top spot, so you got that too. Unfortunately,
I myself, I look for the realness in people, and like you, that's why one of the reasons we wanted you on the show, because you are very, very real, very blunt, and you say what's on your mind. No, that's hey, I don't have a filter. I told you that.
We love that. Yeah.
We need more people like that and stuff. And some people just can't handle the truth, and that's where a lot of the drama comes into in paranormal too. I mean, Yes, chaos energy out there, you guys. Hey, Jen, welcome, you guys. We got 40 people in the house. Thank you so much for being here.
Cool.
And what I want to do, you guys, after the show, Greg's going to leave early enough. He's going to get his set up, and I would love for you guys to go to his and watch one of his shows tonight because he will be live. And this guy, he works 6 days a week, you know, and doing this every day. And he comes up with the amazing facts and truths. And every day is a different story. You know, it's not, he doesn't just drag off on one thing and continue. So, you guys, he's an
I
amazing
work
guy.
tirelessly for you. No, yeah, it's fun. I mean, and you know, it's a challenge because like I mean, tonight if you watch, it's what we call Casual Friday. Hey, Nancy, it's called Casual Friday. It's much more subdued. I have Adam who works with me Wednesdays and Fridays. He's at the station. I'm at home. We do a question of the week. We keep it very casual. Monday through Thursday, it's guest driven generally, where I try to find people who maybe some people know who they are. A lot of people probably never heard of them. What I think I pride myself on with my program is that we, you know, our field is kind of insular, and it's like, how do we break out of that, get people who don't know about our community online and get people out in like the airwaves, because we are a radio show first and foremost, and that we are reaching out to a lot of people in the Twin Cities area, and we're going to be telling them about stuff that they've never heard about before. So Adam is he does a show with me. Adam's great. He's like-minded to me. We love the same weird stuff that you all love. So we're a bunch of weirdos. And you know, it's funny because, oh, come on, really?
We're the
you
best.
don't want to agree to that? I mean, yeah, we're weirdos.
We're weirdos too.
Nancy, can I ask a favor? Can you do me a big favor, please? Can you go ahead and drop Greg's links so that way we'll have them, and because people are asking for them in chat already, and that way they can get subbed up to them and stuff. I really appreciate it. I didn't have that all set up because.
Well, I could put my Facebook link in. That's not a problem.
Oh, okay. I just didn't want to ask the guest to do that, but hey,
here I am. I run StreamYard for my show, so I'm very well versed too. Of like, we just do it and we just get out. So I put the Facebook link in because my show is streamed to that page as well. So definitely, please go check it out. And so we'll be there tonight, and we do a best of Saturday, Sunday. So yeah, it's been great. And you know, talking about being weirdos, just a great example of it. When Adam and I do the show, and if I'm at the station, normally I do it from home, which is where I am now. But if I'm at the station doing it, we'll have all the lights off. We dress like we just walked out of a garage sale. We're just like really
nice.
We just do what we do, and that's all it is. I came into the station early one day, like in the afternoon, because I needed to do something, and they were doing a wonderful show called Searching for Service, and they're all like dressed up. They're wearing ties and suit jackets, and I'm just like, Adam, this is. It's like, you know, it's like you almost want to be like, don't come to the station at night. It gets a little dark in there, you know. It's like it's the wrong side of the tracks after 9 p.m. So yeah, it's funny, and people kind of, you know, some of the hosts at the station, they're just kind of like they're just kind of like, yeah, you too. Okay.
I'm gonna pin this to the top. I got it dropped on the YouTube side here. So you guys, yeah, definitely give him a follow and check him out. Yes, because I don't say a lot in your chats. I do lurk a lot, and I sit there and I listen because I don't want to like interrupt, I guess. And I knew I was going to have you on the show to ask questions anyways. You guys, 35 people in the house. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's certainly no interruption. What I don't do though I've gotten flack for it from a few people was because like I don't recognize people in the chat when I'm doing the show unless there's a question because it's radio. it's weird for the listener to be like, oh,
Right.
who's he saying hi to constantly, So
And you go back afterwards.
I'll go back afterwards, or I'll put it just on screen and not say anything. But and it kind of bugs a few people that are watching online. They've said it to me because they're just like, well, you don't acknowledge us, and we're coming here to listen and watch you. And I'm like, I do appreciate it, but I also have to think about the radio audience as well, because sometimes I'll like put up pictures and I'm like, it's like we had a picture of a Bigfoot that we wanted to show, and I'm talking about them like, oh, wait a minute. All the people, which is a much bigger audience listening on radio, they're like, what the hell's going on? I don't even know what you're talking about. And so I have to be very careful about that. So it tries to make some kind of sense between everybody. So yeah.
Yes. I'm asking Nancy, damn, I type in there and like everything's typing Paralinks channel. So okay. So Sydney, with your mouth being full, what do you want to ask? Thank you, Thomas. There you go. Thomas is posting some of his stuff over there, his AM radio station.
Yes.
You guys,
Yeah, thank you so much for doing that. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
So out of all the places you've gone, what would you say you've got the most evidence from and that you feel is the most haunted?
Ooh.
We've been to a lot of good places. And one that will always stand out for me. This is just an example, and you all have done it in long enough that you know that there's a lot of great places, that beyond what you might answer when you get that question. One of the favorite places I've been to, and it's not a place that people that will know unless you're in the Twin Cities, is a place called St. Anthony, Maine. And St. Anthony, Maine is the birthplace of Minneapolis. And with that, when I started off, I befriended a couple of folks, and we were they were doing tours in St. Anthony, Maine, called Real Ghost Tours. Real Ghost Tours is still around, but my friends aren't there anymore. And they'd let me in, and the reason why they'd let me in for free is because I'd bring my spirit box. And even though this was my first early years of doing it, the responses were off the charts. Absolutely amazing. And so we would go there, and we would just get stuff. And the people who came along, they were people who've not done any sort of investigating before. So they would watch, and I try to get them involved as well. But it was like some of the stuff we got. One week, we came in there, and Nicole, who is our psychic, who her and I eventually did a lot of work together with over a few years. She was picking up that we need to leave a Bible in one of the areas of this place. At that point, St. Anthony, Maine was there wasn't a lot to it. There was a lot of old buildings, but it wasn't populated by new real estate, if that makes sense. Like, people weren't buying it for offices or whatever else. So there's a lot of room for us to do these tours in. And so we were downstairs, and we left. I came back the following week, and I left a small Bible. I ended up. The week after we came back, and we're walking through the place, and we were in a bathroom, because as you know, if you hear there's activity somewhere, you go to wherever they say it is, and there's a woman's bathroom.
To the source.
You go right there. Yep, you just go right there. And we went in this woman's bathroom, and I had spirit box going, and I asked the question, did you like the Bible that we left behind? And the response was, yes, the Lord is our God. And it was just like, those are just examples of really cool responses that, as we all looking for intelligent responses in everything that we do, that this was something that it just was like, and those are great times, because it was new. Everything was new. Everything was new to me. So these were all new. I was trying to figure out how I do what I do, and meeting new people all the time. And, not to say that these days aren't fun like they used to be. It totally is. It's just that these were really fun times, because it was all so new, and we're trying to figure out what we were all doing and how it worked together and stuff. And before any kind of politics or any sort of we can't get into St. Anthony, Maine really anymore, all that stuff. So, it certainly wasn't scary. It was more just really it was just really cool to be able to just enjoy the experience. And so when we do it, now. That's why I tend to do it in smaller groups, because
Right.
I want to retain that. I want to retain that situation, or I do spirit box sessions on my own, or do it on Facebook Lives. It's really cool. I was just reading that. No, let the pickup scene. Maybe I don't need to
That's
read it
true.
out loud either when I'm reading it. I don't know.
No, you can.
It's just like I'm following along with the syllables of the sentence. No, yeah, it's Spirit Box to me, and people dog it. People say that it's not real. I do a show Thursday
Right.
nights on Get Haunted, and it's myth or mystery, and it's a lot of fun. But I mentioned Spirit Box, and there was somebody in the audience who just was like, it's garbage. It's not real. It doesn't work. It's like, hey, that's your opinion. You're
Right.
welcome to it. But she wouldn't let it go. And it's like, if you're not going to let it go, that's really a bummer, because
Right.
it's an everyone should have their own opinion. You don't have to agree with
Yep.
how I do it, but leave it alone. You know,
Yeah.
it's just,
Agree to
what are
disagree.
you trying to
Yeah.
do? Yeah, I mean, what are you trying to? Are you trying to get me to the point of like, you know what, you're right. I guess I was wrong for the last 20 years. All of these
Right.
responses, they're just coincidence. So, yeah, I don't.
You know, I'll tell you. Okay, Thomas, right there, story of Dory. He's a skeptic, and you know you gotta love skeptics and
Yeah,
stuff.
you do.
And
I mean,
Those are fun.
absolutely.
he, I met him actually in real life for the first time. We talked years and stuff, but he, you know, was he still is a skeptic, but he'll tell you he's. I brought proof to him. And you know, it always happens. You never have a camera rolling when you got shit going, you know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
both his parents have passed, and his brother. And I brought, you know, my SB7. We met in Florida, my REM pod and stuff. And so I pulled it out. I'm like, hey, check this out, because he's like, what is all this stuff? Because you know, he's not a ghost hunter or anything. And I explained to him, you know, how it works. And as we were talking, it started to go off, and
Oh,
I was like, I wonder who's here. And I'm like, I asked Thomas, I'm like, what's your mom's name and stuff like that. And every time we mentioned his mom's name, it would go to the purple. We'd mention his dad's name, it would go to the blue. His brothers, it would go to the green. And so Thomas was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And I turned on the spirit box, the SB7. And I'm like, let's ask questions and stuff, you know, because I'd ask, is his mom here? And, you know, you'd hear a yes once in a while. So Thomas asked it a question. And I can't remember word for word. He'll get me on this one. Basically, he said, Joey, when you and I were younger, what did we take out of the closet Christmas Day and use before the parents woke up? And probably, because you know you got to wait. So it was within a minute or so. I want to say, it said Atari. I believe it was Atari or Nintendo, something like that.
wow.
And he's just like, he was like going,
Yeah.
and I'm like, is that it? He goes, yeah. He goes, only my brother and I knew that. And so
That's awesome.
that's
It
what
is.
got him.
Well, I mean, that's amazing. And, you know, I have no problem talking with skeptics, because we all know skeptics kind of need to be, we need to be grounded. We do need to be grounded. I need to be
Yeah.
grounded. But the key to that is respect. You know, is as long as we treat each other with respect when we are discussing that, we don't need to argue about it. We can just discuss it.
Yes.
I find a lot of people, not everybody, by into any system, that I don't think, it's just that people are people just want to get angry about stuff. Thank you.
Mhm.
But it's not worth it. Bobby J. Gallo, I don't know if you all know who he is. He's written some books. He does Gallo Family
Name.
Paranormal. He has a
Yeah.
web series and stuff. And when I had him on my show originally about 7 years ago, he said to me he didn't like the spirit box at all. He said, but the way he approached it on the show was one of respect. And the way that I came about it is I respectfully disagreed, but we came to a conclusion that we just have different opinions on it.
Right.
Agree to disagree.
They
Yeah.
agreed to disagree. And then about about a year or two later, he reached out because we stayed friends. Imagine that. We stayed friends after that because it's okay
cool.
to
It's
disagree.
okay to disagree. Yeah.
Totally. And he reached out and said, you know what? We had some really good Spirit Box recordings or sessions over the last investigation. And, I'm not saying that he is, Mr. Spirit Box now, but he certainly is somebody who feels like that there is more to it than what he originally thought. There are pieces of equipment. I think there's more to it than I originally thought. That is just something that makes it just very important to just have that respect. And when as soon as I see somebody who wants to be argumentative about something with me, listen, then you won. Fine. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
It's not important enough to get angry over. There's enough anger going on. So yeah.
Yeah, we did go to a very well-known haunted mausoleum there in Florida, and didn't get nothing. My tripod fell over, but I'm not gonna say oh, that's paranormal. I mean, and we didn't. So
that's how it goes, right?
He's actually opened. He's opened up his eyes to
Yeah.
it, and now he's. I can't speak for him, but he's very interested in stuff. I want to say very intrigued about it, and because the word he heard, how would we know that? I didn't know him 40 years ago.
Mhm.
Who is Mr. Spirit Box? Would you like to tell us this?
Well, I think it's from when I mentioned that Bobby did not become, he's not Mr. Spirit Box over. It's not like it's his thing that he does everywhere. And I think Nancy might be alluding to the fact that because I've taken it on that I am a Mr. Spirit Box. Amongst
Isn't that
many
crazy how
Mr.
everybody
Spirit
gets
Boxes.
little
Yeah, there are
names
many.
like this?
Yeah. Because you
That
got
is
like
so cool.
you got like the Greg Cosses and you got the Austin Maynards, the KD Staffords, all these people, Jay Prather, all these people who are doing different sort of work than I'm doing,
Right.
but also very
Yeah.
important work as well. And they're taking it to levels I'm not. I'm just communicating with spirit. Hey, Nick. All I'm doing is I'm just communicating with spirit. I don't have there isn't something I'm trying to push forward research wise. I use it to help people. That's really at the end of the day. I'll go and I will go ahead and I will cross spirits over. That's one of the things I do
Love that.
really well.
That's
And I use Spirit Box for that. We use it to bring through people that we haven't that you may not think about bringing through. And so that's we just do whatever, so yeah, it's cool. And I'm glad to see from the time I started to now that the whole idea of ITC is being pushed much farther than it was
Yep.
before. When I got in and I was working and I met with a team, a Minneapolis team, and they're just like, we don't believe it. We don't, it's good that you're doing it, but we don't believe it. And I played some of my recordings and they were just like, oh, okay. We don't get stuff like that. And it's like, well, you probably get stuff using different equipment that works better for you.
Right.
I mean, that's why we all do it differently. We have different things.
That's what I love about the Spirit Box. You can do different methods and different things and still get different responses. Like I just got introduced to a Poltercom Pico, and that is like my favorite piece of device now. So I use that for everything. I have a friend from Austin, Texas named Damien. He's actually owner of Parapeculiar. He actually used water, like running water from his water faucet with the Spirit Box, and it somehow came through. And I was like, that is so interesting.
Yep.
Like
Wow.
it's just it was I love seeing how the Spirit Box has changed over the years and how people do different
I was
things.
going to say, do either one of you, I know when I investigate with new people, and if they're doing something, I'm like, wow, that is real. Do you try to incorporate what they do, see if it works for you, try something new?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I find myself trying that, sometimes, hey, there's my brother Todd. Hey,
Hi, Todd.
Sorry. Yeah, so I try to incorporate new things, sometimes it works for me, sometimes it don't. But I was going to ask you about your Spirit Box. So like my dowsing rods, I'm the only one that touches them. It's just
Yep.
something about that. They're connected to me.
Yeah.
Do you feel the same way about your spirit box or certain devices?
100%. And it's funny because when you're saying that, the one thing that does come to mind is I personally believe you get better responses from Spirit Box if you're holding it. I do think, we don't want to give our energy to spirit, but we do want to be able for them to have like energy, if that makes sense. You're not giving it to them, but your energy is there to help. It's there to guide. And so I will use I will always hold the box. I will always hold it when I do it. I feel like I get better responses. So if I want somebody else to use it, I will have them hold it. Because I do think so. And we did this experiment because we also Shar and I teach this paranormal class. We do it. It's about a 6 thank you. It's a 6-week course to learn about paranormal, learn about investigating. And the thing about that is that when we did this, when we all got together, we did this experiment where we were at a haunted location and we each held the box for a little bit, trying to communicate with spirit, and holding it, we would see who would reach out to us out of all of us, like holding the box one at a time. And funny enough, the woman who got the most responses was this very young, attractive woman who took the class, and she's married, has a happy life, but these spirits are trying to pick her up. And she was absolutely like as soon as she picked up the box, literally the box was like, hello. It's just really kind of creepy, actually. Not the normal paranormal creepy, but the bars on a Friday night sort of creepy. So yeah.
So okay, speaking of the flirty thing, how many times, because some people don't believe me, these spirits know, especially if somebody that I've heard spirits call people douchebags and assholes and literally cuss at them and get pissed off. And then, like you're saying, if they're holding the spirit box or when you walk around with it, they'll call those people out. But then when you go to the next person, they're like, hey, do you get that kind?
Oh, absolutely. We totally do. We had a situation. Shar tells the story a lot better, but at our last student investigation, after we do the class, we get people to a location for investigation. We were in a room and we were using a couple different ITC devices, Spirit Box sort of related, and I was talking about Queen Elizabeth for some reason, and we were joking about it and stuff, and I forget exactly what was said, but something came through in her voice, in Queen Elizabeth's voice. And we were just like, holy cow, we're laughing and stuff. And Shar said something like, oh, so nice of you to come through, Your Majesty. And I said, you don't have to call me Your Majesty. You just call me Greg. And through the spirit box at that point, literally the same queen-like voice is, fuck you. And God, we laughed. Wow. We laughed because it's like, and I'm just like, and I was like, did Queen Elizabeth II just tell me to fuck off? And through the spirit box, it was yes. And it was so amazing.
That's awesome.
That is cool.
But that's also proximity. We really try to prove that there is no such thing as proximity when we are trying to reach out to spirit. It could be anywhere and bring in anybody if you're able to. Right. I think that's one of the things that I love the most.
Beth in chat, I got this doll and it's haunted because this person really did not want it. They gave it away. They're like, because I asked them why are you getting rid of it? Well, it just creeps me out. And they bought it from an estate, but that's something else. So it's one of those. It's from like 1890, and it's from Germany. It has the hay in it. It's a really creepy doll. I wish I would have brought it in show, but so we did a spirit box session on it one night, and the spirits were speaking German.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
But then I was thinking, okay, what's going on here? But Beth, come to find out, it was her family coming through,
Wow.
and she understood what they were saying because they were saying like family members she knew. And so I need to do another spirit box session with that. And if that doll has those spirits, I have to send that to her because that's
wow,
her
that's
family.
awesome.
But it was so, because I'm like going, what the hell is it? What? That's not even English. So yeah, for people out there who don't think, they do come through. You know?
Oh no, they do.
Totally do. They totally do. I 100% agree. 100% on that. And like her behind me here, I'm not saying that this is. First of all, I'm not saying this is Annabelle. I'm not saying that this is some evil haunted doll. But what it is though is and I mentioned this last night on Mr. Mystery that I got this off Etsy method. I got this off of Etsy, and it's a vintage doll. When it showed up, are you sledding over there? What's going on over there?
It's my light. I had to fix it.
Your light moving by itself? Is that?
No, I messed with it. I was like,
okay. No,
stop messing with it. Come on.
Sorry. I have ADHD. I have to move. Continue. We're talking about Annabelle.
As soon as I brought the doll was delivered, as soon as I brought it into the house, Shar reaches out to me, and like I said, she's a psychic medium, and she's like, "What did you bring in your house?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She goes, "There's somebody new in your house." The moment I brought in that doll. So yeah, I think it's really interesting, the dolls and whatever else. And I think I did a spirit box session on her, and we got some stuff, but I don't know if it's attributable actually to the doll. Now, speaking of like old items, I have a 100-year-old spirit box, or sorry, 100-year-old spirit box. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? 100-year-old Ouija board. And I did some stuff on that, and
I love Ouija board.
And then the first one I got, we did some stuff, and we got a really incredible response actually from it. Just absolutely incredible. Do you want to hear about it? Do you want to hear what we got?
Yes.
All right.
And wait, let me ask you. So you like Ouija boards?
I like Ouija boards. Yeah.
Good.
I'm one of those people that believe, and it's like, once again, Shar, who's a dear friend and my partner in all of our paranormal stuff, we have very different views on Ouija boards. The one thing that we agree on is that you need to be very careful with it. But I do not see it any different than like using a spirit box or anything like that.
Thank you.
What Shar says, which I think there's some merit to, is like you're putting your control of yourself onto the board. So you're actually, but and everyone is going to have their own idea on it. I don't use it on a regular basis, especially after what happened to me. But I do think that I don't think that they are quite what everyone thinks it is, but your mileage may vary. You all have your different takes on it, and I respect that. For example, a lot of locations that you go and investigate with, they don't want Ouija boards. They literally, do not bring them in. And I would 100% respect that. Well, I don't bring them in anyway. They just stay in my house. I'm not one to take them to places. That's just me. That's just what I do. But a couple things happened. So I ended up getting, because I never had one, I ended up getting a Ouija board. And I like it that I call it Ouija instead of a Ouija board. But
this is my traveling Ouija board.
Is that the one for? I don't even have a joke to go with that. I'll come back to you in 20 minutes with a joke about that.
I have a tiny one.
Okay,
mine are human being sized. So there is that.
I've got a collection. Yeah, imagine doing this little thingy here.
Right, exactly. I mean, it's like the gerbils. The gerbils will play with it later. Like less than 20 minutes. So we did. So I decided I needed to get a Ouija board because I didn't have one, and I wanted to try it for myself. The person I was dating at the time, she had a spirit board, which, for those who don't know, it's a form of Ouija board, but there's a lot more choices for the planchette to go to and whatnot. So I ordered a Ouija board from that mystical place called Amazon. from the Mystical Makers Hasbro. And so I just like I get the Ouija board, I set it up at the table, and it's I set up the table, I sit down, I'm ready to do this like really magnificent session, and nothing happens. And nothing happens. It's like it doesn't move, doesn't do anything for me. And I'm like, I'm not surprised. I'm like, yeah, whatever. This is whatever. It doesn't matter to me. The next day, I'm at work, and I get a phone call. And the phone call is the phone number is area code 952-666, and then there's 4 other numbers that are attached to it that are unimportant. So I look at my coworker, and I'm just like, I ain't answering this. And so from there, they leave a voicemail message. And at that point, I'm like, okay, well, I got to see what that message is, because if they're leaving a voicemail message, what the hell's going on here? So I'm pulling it up real fast. This is the audio from that voicemail. Okay. This is the actual voicemail that was left from that phone number that had the 666 number in it.
Wow.
And I think you need to add it on your.
Yep.
How dare you?
I'll play it again.
Play that again. Oh yeah, play it several times.
How dare you?
Play it one more time.
How dare you?
Oh my God. One more time. That was so intriguing.
How dare you?
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds like it
So-
said, "Let me out again." Like if
Well,
it
here's
was-
the
How
thing, right?
dare you?
yeah.
And so, like, as you can see, I leave that part ambiguous because I hear "let me out again" and "let me out of here" at the same time.
Oh.
So it's like here.
It's like that blue and the dress is blue and white.
Yeah. I'll play one more time. Here you go.
Yeah.
Or not. There we go.
How dare you?
Let me hear.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
Wow. That is crazy.
So the thing is, Johnny's like, did you look up the area code? 952 is my area, basically. And so I called back the number at that point, and the number doesn't exist.
What? No way.
Yeah, the
My
number didn't
husband's
exist.
saying he almost wants to slow. Have you tried slowing that down to see?
It's 2 voices.
Yeah, you can hear like the different
Oh,
tones.
yeah.
It's 2 voices saying the same thing, saying different things.
Wow.
It's like they're saying the same sentence and it splits at the end.
Yeah.
I think it's crazy
That
how
is-
like the first part kind of sounds like a little kid almost, and then it goes into something a little darker. It's like if it wants you to get comfortable enough just so it can get your attention, and then it just, oh my God.
And it's like
That
like
is crazy.
even if you want to say, oh, it's just a kid prank calling you, what are the chances
Yes.
of that day, at that very next day, that you get that sort of response? So
I was going to say, and I wholeheartedly believe that, because when I was at I did an investigation at Jasper Jail a couple months ago, and I was there with Patty and stuff, and an officer came by, and they know that place is haunted, and it's just one of those things. And he was telling us, this is straight up, you can't make this shit up. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
was telling us how their precinct would get calls from a landline in this jail, and there are no landlines. And as we're talking about that, his dispatch comes over and said, "Hey, we just got a call." And she goes, "I know you're in the neighborhood. Can you go check it out?" They called and hung up. The call was from the field across the street, and there was nothing there, basically.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, that it is. I'm telling you, you can't make this shit up. And
Oh
You
my
know,
God.
And our
people can
friend,
believe it if you want, but
Yep.
It's facts.
And my
crazy.
friends, that's ITC. That's intertransmental communication right there. That's what it's
It's
all
almost like
about.
they wanted him out because something was getting ready to be said. Because, and that night, too, the night before, we almost called the cops because I heard the door slam downstairs while we were upstairs. And I'm like, somebody's here. And so I took off running down the stairs, grab what I needed to grab. And yeah, I know, dog. I know. But and we looked all over and nothing. Everything was locked, but where it sounded like they can come in was where it was right by the solitary confinement area. So it was like that door was trying to open or shut. And the officer said, he goes, I believe it. He goes, people hear strange things at night when nobody's there. So yeah,
no, very much so. It's interesting. So about 2 years later, actually, I had a friend stay over here. She's a paranormal investigator. She travels around the country, and she brought, I don't do it as much anymore after a couple things happen. I'll be honest. I used to do what's called experimental sessions on Facebook, where we would push the limits on who would try to reach out to. We'd push the limits in terms of like how we did and stuff. And so she had a haunted doll. She also had a voodoo doll, and I had that same Ouija board. So I did a second spirit box session with that Ouija board. The same one that prompted the voicemail message. And what ended up happening is, once again, nothing happened. We were talking, nothing came through the speaker, nothing happened at all. The next morning at 7 a.m., I was awoken to a massive crash in the kitchen. And my friend was like, oh, that's just Linus. Linus is my cat. I'm like, Linus is right here. And so I go downstairs, and stuff that's been on top of my refrigerator for that point 16 years, because I don't clean, 16 years, was all over the floor of the kitchen, just like it was pushed off. And at that point, my ex-wife's stuff was still in the house, and she was a hoarder. So I feel like that it had to be like that, whatever that was, needed to like find a place that I would actually notice that something had happened in. And so it was, and the refrigerator is not like sloped in any possible way. There is no vibration to the refrigerator that's been slowly shaking stuff towards the edge to fall off. This is just
16 years worth.
Yeah, you would think I would notice. I kind of use the fridge on a regular basis. So it was really pretty incredible. And it was, I mean, once again, there was that. Going to the other Ouija board that I have, and I have about 7 or 8 of them now, but
on. So I got like 6, so that you're my type of guy with the Ouija board.
Yeah, no, it's little did I realize the entire time I had one in the house that my ex-wife had. Like I said, she had all of her crap in my house, and she's going through all this stuff, and I'm like, where did you get this from? She goes, I've had it for a long time. That's how she sounds. And so I was like, can I have that? And she's like, I don't know. And finally, it's like pulling teeth. I mean, she got tons of money from me. I mean, why? Can you just give me a Ouija board then? So she didn't want to give it to me because she knew I liked it. That's really what that comes down to.
You just said, "Oh, what's that piece of shit right there? Oh, here, you can have it."
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's like, well, even if it was, that'd be if I showed any interest in it, like, oh, I like that garbage can, So, but the other one, I was 100 years old. On Halloween, I got it on Halloween. Because I got it actually off eBay, and it showed up on Halloween. And my ex-girlfriend at the time was in town, and we did a session that night. And the answer that we kept getting was actually what they call an arc. It was arcing, and what it was arcing was between 2 letters, Z and O, Z and O, Z and O, Z and O. So that's Zozo.
Zozo.
And so I had to. We ended up binding that board. now I am not so certain that it's not somebody who is making it happen, quite frankly, because every time that we would do stuff like that together, the paranormal activity would be something very, very, well known. Like
Right.
we actually were doing a at one of the Warrens convention, we were doing a spirit board session, and it just so happened that Annabelle came through, and it's just like, no, no, no. So yeah, but we still
That's
bound
my
it.
thing with. Yeah, my thing. I have to trust the person that I'm going to use the Ouija board with, because I want to make sure they got the right intentions too, because that's a big
Well,
thing.
well, I mean, I did though. I mean, when you're
Well,
in a
yeah,
relationship with someone, you do, and then you find out later that maybe it's not quite what it seemed. So,
yeah,
that's
no.
where things change. So, yeah,
I
no.
haven't even used the Ouija board with my own husband. We've been married 27 years.
Well, and I think of another thing about that too is like the Estes method is another one that I won't
Yeah.
do just at like events and stuff. I think you need to trust the people who are around you, because
Yep.
I've seen it too many times when you're doing um when you're doing a uh when you're doing a like a session at an event, and throughout the whole event when you don't have the headphones on and you don't hear anything come to the spirit box, and then there's that person who you don't know puts the headphones on, puts it on, and
Everything.
everything, like it's swearing and calling everyone the worst names
Yeah.
ever, and it's just like, where did this person come from?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Claire
And that's what I
Alias
love
is
about
smell,
Greg's
by the way.
show, Greg Cause's show.
Yes.
That one, and you're going to be on there too, huh?
I mean, I
Like,
do his show. We do it. I mean, I haven't done it in a while, but I was a regular on there, and he's like one of the only people I'll do that with. When I'm at events and stuff, and people are like, let's do the
yeah.
Estes. My eyes do tend to roll because it's tough. To me, it's tough. It doesn't,
Yeah.
it's like there's a lot of things. So it's like you said, you want to be around people you trust.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just tough for me with that one. And it's like
That's
the shiny new thing as well, even though it's not new.
You're right. Yeah, it's been around for a while. I was going to ask, are you going to come back and be on his show again this season?
I do want
I hope
to be
so.
back. The problem is I
Your
got to make
scheduling.
my schedule, because I think he's going later. I
Yes.
think he's going an hour before my show, and I need at least
On
a half an
Wednesdays?
hour. So
Yeah. We can figure something out, because I would really love for you to be on there too, because I'm one of the main people that on there, and you bring a lot of energy. I've been with you one time there.
that's right.
Yeah. And you can feel the connection and the energy there and stuff, because sometimes certain spirits will come with that person. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's great, and I mean like I said, that's one of the only ways I'll do it is with Greg, because those trust issues and stuff, and you do those events, and you just don't know who you're going to get in. I don't mean that like, I know it sounds crappy, but I've been on events where people are trying to throw evidence because they're just trying to make themselves look like that they are that they are like really in charge of their gifts and stuff. And people, for some reason, they just really want to stand out in these events. They can't just enjoy it. They have to be the one that's getting the best evidence or the
Yeah.
best situation. I never understand that.
No, thank you for bringing that up, because
I
that's
agree
facts.
100% with that. Wow. Yeah.
That is facts, because they try. So if you say you got a gift, they're going to have 100 gifts to your one
Right.
gift. Every
Yep.
time you
Oh yeah.
I'm throwing that out there. It's facts. Would you guys agree?
That's
Yeah, it is.
100% facts. Oh my gosh.
The way I look at it, everybody has a gift. Everybody.
Yeah.
It's whether you choose to use it. Yeah, I wholeheartedly believe children, because their minds are so pure when they're young, and they can see stuff that adults, because it's like you grow out of it, or you choose to grow out of it,
Yeah.
can't see. And when people say, oh, she's got an imaginary friend, well, ask them more about that imaginary friend. It's a spirit that can communicate that may need help or is lost or needs something.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people, the older people, don't believe in that. But the first question I ask them, like, so what happened to you when you were like 5? And then you'll see their face go white. They're like, wait, how do you know? It's just
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and you're right. Everyone does have a gift. I think the thing that bothers me the most is when people say that they don't have any gifts. That there's like and I like our dear friend Howard will say that. I don't have anything. And it's just like I think that's and that's fine. You don't have to want to explore that area at all. That is totally fine. I just think it's a shame because they are there if you want them, but and they will always be there if you want them. If like someone like Howard someday is just like, oh, you know what, I'm going to I'm just going to decide to start checking it out. I mean, that's totally fine. I do want to say, if you don't mind me saying so, Nancy had asked upward. She goes, when I was talking about people who are trying to be number one and whatever in events, and she said, and how do you slow their roll when they fake it? I have a story about that.
Love stories. I mean,
because I hate to, if anyone doesn't know me, they're probably listening to me go that this guy is very judgmental, because you could see at events the people who have only watched Ghost Adventures. You can see the people who have only, and that they've never actually really done any events outside or any investigations outside of events or whatever else. So you get this guy who shows up and he has like a vest on that has like 3,000 pockets in it. So all of his like gears and stuff, and that's fine, whatever.
That's it. I gotta say, she's laughing because that sounds like John. I had to say it's.
Well, and does it work for him? Because if it works for him, that's fine. I mean, but this guy, he's like, he looks like kind of like RoboCop, or he just has all like the gear on him and stuff. And so, am I offending John's?
Let's just say he doesn't ghost hunt no more. He chases tornadoes. So
he chases tornadoes.
Well, it is that kind of outfit as well. So yes, this guy is there. He's kind of just doing his thing, and we're at a mortuary doing an event in York, Nebraska, and we broke up into 2 teams. One team is in the back of the main floor. Another team is in the front, and all we're doing is trying to see if what they're asking shows up in our spirit box or whatever, or vice versa. And we're sitting back there, and we're in the dark. And this guy is with me in this group, and I've been watching him all night. And he's just like, oh, I've been scratched. And I'm like, so I'm like, lights, and they turn on the lights, and I go over, and I'm like, it doesn't look like you've been scratched. Oh, good. Oh, okay, cool. We sit back down, turn off the lights, do some more stuff. Here he is again. Oh no, I've been scratched. I'm like, lights. And they turn on the lights, and sure enough, across the back of his neck, he is scratched 3
where he can reach, right?
three things, 3 lines in back of his neck. Yep. And his girlfriend, she's just like, that's 3. That's a sign of Satan. I'm just like, shut the hell up. So I'm just like, hold on a second. I just said to him, hey, can I see your hands? And he's like, what? I said, I'd like to see your hands, please. He's like, okay. And he puts for his hands, and one of his hands has skin on their fingernails.
Under the fingernails. Way to debunk it.
And yes. And it was at the end of the conversation. I just leaned forward and I said, you should probably leave now. And he's like, yeah, okay. And he left.
Yeah.
So, it's like, you know what? People are there. People who have not done this before are coming there for a good experience. And it is up to us who are putting on the events to really give them that, but also keep them safe. Do everything in our power to keep them safe. We don't need a joker there to be like, oh, the sign of the devil is on me now. Thanks for letting me in. I just, no, you're not going to screw up our event. So yeah, it's like, no, we're not going to put up with this. Not at all.
Tracy, point on. It's a constant battle of these bigger paid people. That's right. And what's illusion? It sucks ass for the rest of us. It does. And these people,
Well,
That's
here's a
that's
little
fact.
inside. Here's a little insider for info for all. You know that Panasonic audio recorder that everyone says it's the absolute best. The
Yeah.
oh,
DR,
the $3,000 one, yeah.
the DR60. I have found a fundamental flaw that has run across that device across multiple people, and there are famous people, and I use the term very lightly. But one of them was at one of our events, and so what happens is you record, and what happens is that it sounds like that there is somebody coming up to the mic and screaming into it.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
I have heard that across 3 different DR60s now, and from different people in different events, different things. I am firmly of the belief that this is not every single time an angry spirit, which is what everyone's portraying it as. I
Right.
find this as more of that there is a fault in these DR60s, which the DR60s are what, 15, 16-year-old now, if not
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
They're not
That's why
not
they
new.
discontinued them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything starts to stop working well over time. That is my belief on that. I'm curious if anyone else has run into that or they disagree, because to me that is just like I've been hearing it, and what really frustrates me is that that these people are portraying this as we're
Yeah.
getting these like evil dark responses or angry
Yeah.
responses, and it's like I don't think you are. I think what we're getting is a machine that is faulty.
Yeah, and then
Yes.
like they'll be like, "Oh, I was at a church and there's never been any evidence of like a demonic
Yep.
spirit or anything
Yep.
there." And they're like, "Oh, did you hear it scream?" Like, dude, there's no claims of that even being there, but yet you're saying that it's there. Like,
Totally.
What are
No.
your thoughts on demons?
Good
And when
question.
people
Uh, I am so fascinated by demonology.
Yeah.
As I don't know if there's a good way to put this. I always have one foot in the dark, because I
Oh, you need to.
I think you do. I really do.
Yeah.
But obviously, how many of us actually have experienced demonic activity? Not
Right.
very many. And
Does
I
getting
think,
married count?
yeah, well, trust me, I
Shit, my mic is on.
exercised mine. So yeah, it was expensive, but I did exercise it, and I live in poverty now. But that's the sign of Satan.
So
But
see, it's true there.
but here's the thing is my take on it is this, is that yes, I think absolutely there are there are demons out there, but I think those are special cases. Once
Right.
again, from what I have seen, what I have done as far as research and whatever, and talking to other demonologists that I consider are real demonologists, not a lot that we're seeing out
Right.
there, if you don't mind me saying so.
No.
That people who have had demonic oppression are not going to be able to tell you they've had demonic oppression. It is a different ball game. It is something that you cannot possibly be able to just go like, well, I got a demon here. It's more of your life is fucked
Yeah.
up. And
Right.
you don't even
Mhm.
know it. You don't know what's happening. You don't realize that it's you that's the reason why your friends are no longer hanging around with you. It's you that is the reason why everything is much darker in the room than
Yeah.
it used to be. It's you
Yeah.
that is that it's all the nightmares are stemming from. It is not because of, ooh, I got an attachment, it might be a demon.
Yeah.
No, it's like it's
Right.
destroying you from the inside out, and it won't stop until everyone around you is devoured. And
Yep.
that is something that people just don't understand when they're just throw it around so lightly, or I'm going to do an exorcism on this person. No, you're not. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. So that's my take on it. I do think that there are such things, but as I think the three of us are in agreement that it's rare, and it's
Yeah, very rare.
that's in my experience, and we've had to do this twice in my career of doing this, where we just stop and we're like, we're not saying this is a demon, but we don't know what this is, and we got to send this to someone who we trust that could take a better look at it, because this is out of our range. We don't touch this stuff.
Right.
We just don't
A
even touch
lot. What I look at is it's an asshole spirit, because I mean, if you're an asshole in the living, a lot of them still are the assholes in the dead, and they just want to be left the fuck alone.
Yeah.
So they're going to pop up. They're going to say stuff to scare other people, like this is Satan, and like, come on, everything you hear about Satan or demon, or when they come across a spirit box, it's not. It's just a pissed off spirit that just leave me the fuck alone.
Just like the voicemail message. I don't know what that is, but I really don't think that that's demonic, because why did it stop?
Right. And then sometimes it's yourself, like you said, you're just putting your own negative stuff out there, so therefore it's coming back in that form. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Tracy says there's a lot of people in my area using the Transcend app. I'm not a fan. I've never heard of that one, but
I've never heard of that either.
I don't know what that is.
Now I'm gonna have to look it up, because now I'm curious.
I know, right? And I had another question in my head. What do you guys think of? Never mind, I can't remember. My head just went totally blank on that one. Fuck.
Well, and I do agree 100% that if you're a jerk in real life, you're going to be a jerk in the afterlife.
Yeah.
Not that living is real life. But I totally agree with that 1,000%. And that's something that people get confused with all the time. And how many times have we all been called out to private cases, and everyone's like, it's something dark here. No, it's Uncle Jerry who's upset that you have, taken down his favorite poster of Elvira, and then, whatever. Yeah. And it's like, come on, it's like, we can see if Uncle Jerry wants to move on, but if he doesn't want to cross over, we can't force him to. The best we could possibly do is, have a try to negotiate with him, because we can't force people to, and you don't want to smudge Jerry out of existence either,
Yep.
So my other thing is, how people, you can say it all day every day, when you're leaving, a cemetery or a house you've investigated, you cannot attach yourself to me. You cannot attach yourself. You know what? Those spirits are going to do whatever the fuck they want to do. If they want to follow you home, they're going to follow you home, whether you tell them they can't. Now, what are your guys' thoughts on that? Because I hear people doing it all the time. I'm like, dude, they're not. I mean, they can go through walls. They're not going to stay confined in that one room. If they want to come out, they're going to come out.
Yeah, no, I believe in that 100%. There's some times that I'm like, okay, you can't follow me home, and the next thing you know, I hear like knocking, or like I see shadow people, and I'm like, oh, shit, that didn't work.
I think we can stop them from attaching to us, in my opinion. I think that one of the things that I have learned over my time has been putting up walls of energy to really protect myself. I think, but I don't think that necessarily means that they can't come into your house. Unless you put up the walls in your house as well. But I mean, I think it depends on the person as well, because sometimes we leave these locations and we say it, but we don't always have the energy behind it as well, because we're just trying to get out of there too. Sometimes it's just like, it's so late. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's go home. There was one event that we did that all of a sudden we're just kind of doing the wrap up with the event with our people. And I just turned to somebody who I was working on the event with. And I said, you know what? I have an attachment. I just know I do. I didn't even think about it. It's just one of those things. And it stayed with me for a couple days. And it's so.
Is that the thing that touched you when you were live on your show one time?
It's interesting the amount of times we've had stuff on the show, but we've had stuff where, like, talking about Nazi Germany, for example, we've had it where the lights have like pretty much like, if I'm in the studio, I was in the studio and there's another room with a window between us that Adam's at, and Adam couldn't see me in the room anymore because it got so dark in there when we're talking about Nazi atrocities, which was very weird. I've had, like, sitting here, I was talking with David L. Sloan about Robert the Doll. And when that happened, underneath here, my shirt, I was actually wearing a shirt just like it buttoned down. it was pulled at the shirt tail out of nowhere.
Oh,
And I'm trying not to
wow.
be like, what the fuck? I'm just trying
Yeah.
to do a radio show over here, but I'm just like, all right, something weird just happened here, and it's just you get that once in a while, and when we're talking about it, it just happens. And we've had some. We did an episode. We had Miranda Young on talking about the jail that she is kind of entrusted into watching over and stuff, and she's talking about spirits, and you can hear the spirits talk when she's talking. And
Oh,
we went back afterwards in the second segment, and yeah, there was someone else talking as well.
Wow.
that's
Like,
awesome.
that's cool. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool stuff. I love that.
That is so cool, man.
See, he's
All
gonna
I get
come
is
up and
shadow
like
people.
get hugs and stuff. He just, I don't. He's
Aw.
yeah, she's
Oh, yeah.
a good baby. I know, baby. Okay.
There's always time for animals.
Oh yeah.
There's always time for them.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. They're also super sensitive like us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
Probably more so,
We
right?
Spirit here
Oh,
that
yeah.
will, especially our bulldogs, and on the spirit box, they've called them out by names. That's where my husband's a skeptic too, but some things he's like, oh my god, he'll catch. So you know when you give a dog a treat and they move their head, you could tell they're eating it and stuff like
Mhm.
that. There's a spirit in here that will do that to a couple of the dogs, and they will just look up, and it's the craziest thing. We put it on camera, but yeah.
That's cool.
We did one because I have a cat named Linus, who's kind of doing poorly at the moment, but he's always been a big part of the spirit box sessions. Like at least once during each one, because I'll do it in a different room and I'll pick him up and have him on camera and stuff. And we did one with Lizzie Borden, bringing through Lizzie Borden. And I was holding him, and I'm trying to remember how it went, but spirit box is going. I'm holding Linus, and I said, I understand. I forget the name I called it because she doesn't go by Lizzie. There's another name, Lizbeth, I think it is.
Yeah.
And I said, Lizbeth, I have an animal here. I have Linus here. Would you like to say hi to him? And as soon as I said that, something touched Linus on the head because he just.
Oh.
And it freaked him out. It freaked him out, and that was like, "Thank you." Linus might not have been thanking him, but or her.
You're like,
But he was like, "Get me out of here," and he's awesome that way. But it was.
Awesome.
And they're perfect. They're perfect barometers for what's going on in our house when it comes to spirit activity. Absolutely, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he sometimes will, if it gets dark, he'll disappear. He'll just
He's like,
who are
nope.
you? Yeah, so and that's pretty much what that is, and he'll just hide and come out some other time when we clear the energy. Yeah, I would
That's how
go
my
if it wasn't $1 billion to spend time there.
It's crazy, yeah.
right?
I mean,
How about this? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you, I myself, I don't like to know the history of the place, but some places you can't help not knowing because it's out there. But I like to go in basically blind. I don't want to hear anything because I don't want that to be in my head. They'll be like, in this room, a lady in white. And then I'm going to be like, where the fuck is that lady?
Where's that lady in white?
But I like to go in blind. What are your thoughts on that?
One of the reasons why I don't do research is because I'm lazy. But and there's, because I like to be blind too going in. I think is
Right.
Yeah.
It really depends. Sometimes I'll do the research and not, and like if Char's going with that, she doesn't know. We did one about probably a month ago. We were in another part of Minnesota, and it was this beautiful old house, and we went in pretty blind to it, and we got some really good stuff there. And it was nice not to have to rely on what we've been hearing and whatever else, because absolutely we at the Palmer house I had found a name that I hadn't heard a whole lot, and we were telling people about it, and next thing you know, everyone's using that name, trying to reach out and stuff. And it's just like, well, maybe we don't have it. Maybe don't find it out on your own. Just don't just start taking other people's name. We had this amazing thing happen to us at the Grant House about 2 years ago. We call it 18 minutes because within 18 minutes, we had some of the most profound paranormal experiences of our lives, which I won't get into too much because it's just a long story without doing the whole presentation. But
Right.
the
We'll
thing
have
is,
to have you back on the show to do that then.
Mhm.
well, yeah. Well, and the thing is about that is like we also very careful because we don't want people to go to the Grant House and just try to reach out to the people we picked
Right.
up that we have crossed over. That we ended that story. It's just
Okay.
it's like find your own story. Do
Yeah.
the not even do the research. Enjoy and play and
Let the
do your own
spirits tell you.
investigation.
Yeah.
The other ones that know, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's fun. But yeah, I don't do a ton of it, and even like going to places that are known, I don't do a ton of research into it anymore either because it's
Right.
I forget Ohio State. I went out to Ohio State, and I totally forgot that was the one where a guy lit himself on fire in one of the holding
Oh,
cells.
down.
It's like
Oh,
I
yeah,
oh,
I
this
remember
is the
that.
place.
I
Yeah,
remember hearing that, yeah.
yeah.
And
So
then
I mean,
supposedly, like, you can still kind of see what was there
Yeah.
and stuff.
absolutely, yeah. And it
Yeah.
was just like, yeah, I just want to see if I can pick up anybody. That's all. I mean,
Right.
not dating wise. I mean, just spirits. I guess. But,
Hey,
I mean, yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
It
let me
can I
pick
depends.
get
you
you a
up.
digital dim it?
I mean, I guess it depends on the mood and
We don't
everything.
have
But,
rotaries no more.
depends on the situation. I never say never, I guess. But
Do you have some more evidence that we can listen to? Because
Yeah.
you,
That
that
was
one that you played
crazy.
for us,
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you got your. I just noticed your shirt's across like mine. It's look. What the thing? I'm sorry. I just noticed. An hour and a half. Greg's
Wow.
going, okay. And you
I
have
know,
one
he's
shirt
like-
on too, Greg.
we all wearing the same shirt.
I think we all did.
Similar, yeah.
Yeah. No.
That's cool. We all match.
I mean, I'm wearing black because I'm bound to because I'm a paranormal investigator. It's part of the
It's
contract that I
part of-
signed.
Yeah.
And I have to take every picture with my arms folded, looking like I'm angry at people. So, that's part of it too.
Yeah.
I did a Paracon years and years ago, and I did the open for Paracon for the Thursday night. We had a dinner with all the para celebrities, and I did a joke about that it's a rule at this Paracon that every picture you take, you have to look like a badass. And Grant,
know, right?
Grant Wilson was sitting next to me, and he nearly fell off his chair laughing. I was like,
Oh,
that was
that's
so
awesome.
awesome. It's like, yeah, you see it, you created this, but you see it as well. So
Yeah.
good.
Right.
That's true. That's
Nancy's
100%
like,
true.
all I wear is black. Me too. It's slimming, and I need literally all the help.
Yeah.
I can get.
Dude, same. I was doing laundry and my son's like, Mom, do you own any color? Like, all you have is black.
It's like, no, I don't, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was seeing somebody, and she was just like, yeah, I'm gonna get you a shirt that's like yellow or something. Like, well, you can get me whatever you want. Doesn't mean I'm gonna wear it.
Right?
I also just
So,
realized we're red, white, and blue. Look at our background.
yeah, like
Holy
everything is.
shit.
Just, yeah. Even my doll's red, white, and blue.
Right? You can't make this shit up.
That's just crazy. But what a way to come back, right?
Yeah, right.
Oh, man. Nice. And we still got 30 people in the house, you guys. Thank you so much for being here. And again, when we're done here, Greg will leave.
Greg.
We don't want him to leave yet. And then we'll send all you over to his place, and you're going to listen to him live and do a live show.
Mhm.
I'm on tonight on Parallax 1 at
Yes.
10 p.m. Central Time, so it'd be 11 Eastern. Where it's like we said, it's Casual Friday on Ghostbox. So if you have anything you want to say, anything that's on your mind, put it in the comments. We also have, since Adam's there, you can call in as well, 952-946-6205 and tell us. One of the greatest things I ever had
wow.
happen to me on the show is not having like certain type of oh, it really interesting. That's really
That's cool.
interesting. Mine
That's
just
cool.
operates as sitting on a reel-to-reel player. But the thing is like someone called in on Casual Friday, and they're just like, you know what? I want to tell you about an experience I had seeing a UFO in Wisconsin.
That's cool.
and I don't know who this person was, and they're just like, we listen all the time, we love your show, and we really wanted to share this with you. And that to me was like, this is such a great, that you want to share it with myself, Adam, the listeners, that it was really really exciting.
cool.
It just
That's
was
awesome.
like, all right, this is neat, thank you. You all know interaction is a big part of this.
Oh, yeah.
You
Yes.
have to have, it's like, can anyone hear us? And that's, it's not a problem here. I see so many great people responding, and same with, I'm lucky with my show as well, that we're doing pretty well with responses, getting calls in and stuff, and it's a lot of fun. It's really pretty cool. All right. It was a powerful moment for me. It was really cool that someone wanted to share
That is.
with it. And it's interesting because AM 950 is a progressive station. I don't care about anyone's politics or how they think, but it's my show. As Adam says, I stick out like a sore thumb. The schedule, I'm just like,
No, not you.
you got Stephanie Miller, you got the Tom Hartman show, and then you got Creepy Greg at 10 p.m. And
I love Creepy Greg, man.
yeah,
I'd stay up all the time
I've
for
lived
Greg.
with him my whole life, and it's fine. So it's
It can
wonderful.
be a little creepy.
It is fun, and they don't know. In the station, we picked up a lot of listeners who follow us, which is great. But there are people who, when I post on the AM 950 Facebook page, they want to come after me because they don't understand. They want to be. It's like, that's fine. It actually
Yeah.
shows to me. It says that we are getting through.
You're being heard, yeah.
Haters are the biggest, our biggest fans, and haters make us better creators. That's how I look.
Haters will hate. Yes.
They also make us great investigators.
I got a button on that. I can't
Totally.
find it, never mind.
Totally. Yeah. It's good. I really like that when they come through. Sometimes it's just like, stop. Like we do question of the week every week. And last week we did do you believe the moon landing was real? And it's just a question. There are no right or wrong answers to
Oh,
it. But
good
boy,
question.
some people were just
Yeah, I
like,
was gonna
what a silly question. Okay. I get it. America's great. We're, first one there. And it's, so be it. I mean, and I'm not saying that it wasn't real, but it's just like, some people just relax. It's just a
Yeah.
question,
right? I tell people, if you don't like watching me, just go move
Go
on.
away.
I mean, obviously, I'm doing
What
something right if you want to
is-
stay here. And
Yeah.
What's tonight's question? So those people who are watching can start thinking about it, so they can, when they head over to your show.
That's
there
a
you go.
damn good question. What is my question of the week? Let's see here.
Doing it.
Question of the week. What is the most intriguing or eerie urban legend you've heard? And do you believe there's any truth to it?
Mm.
That's a good one too.
So
That's-
like someone's putting here's an example of an answer. The one that scares me the most are black-eyed humans. I don't call them children anymore because I saw a black-eyed woman. She was about mid to late 30s and she was walking a dog. I saw the dog legs not moving and I saw her eyes were completely black. My father didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Yes, they are real. And that's what I love. That's what I love is and not only because he's agreeing with it, which is a help, but it's just like, yes, and here's my reason, or no, here's my reason.
Right.
That's just such a different sort of thing, and I love all that. And so those are always posted on my Facebook page every Friday. Ghostbox Radio with Greg Bakken, or if you friend me on Facebook, I post it there as well. So I mean, it's just meant to be fun and it's a way to fill the time and talk and just kind of chill getting into the weekend, right? I mean, that's
Right.
that's really all it's about. And Adam always has an answer because he's well into this stuff like I am. So it's just fun to hear what everyone's opinion is on stuff.
Mhm.
Nice.
Yeah. So you want to hear some stuff?
I would agree with you with yes, I do. But I'd agree with you with the black eye and stuff. That I
Mhm.
haven't come
Crazy.
across one yet. I hope I don't.
She said,
but,
"Yet," like she
you know.
knows it's gonna happen.
Right.
Hey, if it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck. Like I said, you can't make this shit up, and shit just comes.
Well, and we hear so many different things of what happened to people when they cross paths with like a black-eyed children or something.
Yeah.
And who knows what is the truth there. I mean, there's people who are like, oh, so and so saw a black-eyed child and didn't live to tell the tale. And you're like, but you're telling the tale.
How did
So
you
know?
someone
Yeah.
heard it.
Wow.
Somebody did.
Or are you the spirit telling us? I mean, it's so ridiculous.
Did they come tell you and talk to you?
That's funny.
It's so funny. So yeah. And I have to ask if you don't mind me, that I'm looking into the comments as well. Someone says it is wrong and disrespectful to tell false history of the people and places. I'm not quite sure what that means, and I want to call that out because it's like, if I'm not sure exactly if you're saying like if people are talking about the moon landing or what. It's just more of like, all we're looking for is people's opinions.
Right.
There is, I mean,
Yes.
the official word, like on the moon landing, is that it happened. That's,
Right.
I mean, so there's not much else we can do about that other than just go off that and go off of whatever else other tangents we are. Sometimes I just have to put on a tinfoil hat and just kind of let the signals come in and tell me what to believe. So, you know, you have that as well. So
Mhm.
there's no.
And Jenna in the stars is asking you, do you believe in gifts?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I believe I have. I believe I have a number of them myself, just as you two do. And you know, who was I talking to yesterday or something? Oh yeah, I was talking to a metaphysical shop yesterday in Princeton. That I can't imagine doing investigating without somebody with some kind of gifts and abilities. I can't understand how it could even happen. I mean, if you're scientifically going in and you just want to collect data, so be it.
Right.
But I think if you want to take it to a different level of moving spirits along and finding out really what the problem is, if there's a problem,
Yeah.
you have to have somebody with you that can take it to a next level. There's still nothing wrong with having a bunch of your tools or whatever else you want to do because you want to document. You maybe just want it because it's fun. It's just fun, and you want to hear what a spirit box has to say or what an ovilus has to say.
Mhm.
All of that stuff is absolutely 100% the fun part of all of this. It depends on, I guess, how you how you perceive the paranormal, what your role in the paranormal is.
Right.
And for me, you know, I'm not going to places to just document. I'm going to places to help spirit or help the people there. So it's a
Right.
very different it's a very different dichotomy to that. So yeah, I mean, a long story long, absolutely do. And I couldn't imagine doing this without people who are doing that. And I have a ton of them myself.
Thank you for saying that. Like, I am gifted, and people with abilities, we're not taken serious because you have those that are on TV that
Mhm.
have a gift, and you're
Mhm.
like, oh, well, they're not real, so then you're not real. And you're just like, no, like, I promise you, I have an ability. And so, like, sitting on the other side and getting that thank you, I guess, for tagging along and for not being afraid of who we are and showing who we are, that means a lot. Like, it really does.
Well, and the other side of that too is I remember working with somebody who lost their child when he was 2 years old, and she wants to get a reading from a psychic, and she told me one day that she is on the list to get Teresa Caputo to do a reading with her, and it's like 2 years out at that time. And I just looked at her and I said, you know, I just want to let you know, and however you want to do this is fine. It's your choice. It's all you. But there are people who are a lot more gifted than Teresa.
Yes.
Yeah.
Teresa is on a show. There's all sorts of reasons why Teresa looks as good as she does, as far as being able to run her gifts and everything else. For those who like Teresa Caputo, go for it, enjoy. But you know, don't disregard your local metaphysical
Like family
community.
mom and pop
Not on
shops, you
TV.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Best place to get pizza is a little hole in the wall
Oh,
place, you know.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just it. It truly is like like, okay, well, at the very least, maybe seeing Teresa on TV got you to think, okay, I want something like that. I'd love to, and it might help you seek out, and that's where like psychic fairs are a great resource
Hmm.
to see who's out there and whatnot.
Yeah.
But it's just that whole thing of like, well, just like I said earlier about the events. Oh well, if so and so from so and so show is there, we only want to watch them do it because they're going to be able to do it better than everyone else, and that's absolute bullshit. We all know that.
Oh yeah.
And I get it. Like, oh, the person who I really like, they're right here. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. I don't want to take that away from anybody, but it's at the same time, it's like if you want to be on a paranormal investigation, there's more than one person in the universe that can do it. There's more
Yes.
than 15 people that can do it if you count the 15 that are on television or whatnot. So it's just like it's really tough because we want to do is just provide a good experience for people and help people, whatever not, and it is kind of the television aspect has really taking it off course, and I don't think we're the only type of the only genre that does it. I can only imagine
Yeah.
what American Pickers have done for people wanting to buy stuff at like yard sales and stuff like
Right.
that. Everyone thinks
Yeah.
an old Coca-Cola bottle is now worth is now worth
Yeah.
$3,000, it's just like,
The
oh,
other thing I like to tell people, because they see, like, I have so much I've got to edit and stuff, and a
Mhm.
lot of it I do it for my own purpose, so I can to find the answers, the truths and stuff. But what I tell people, yeah, you see an hour show or an hour when we edit, we've been there
Yep.
8+ hours
Oh yeah.
all night, and it's
Totally.
like fishing. If you enjoy fishing and you're going to sit there all day and not get a bite, I want to say that's majority of the time.
Oh yeah.
But then there's
Yeah.
days you'll get nibbles, and then there's days where they're just coming at you left and right.
Yeah.
And that's how I present it to people. Like Penhurst, it was a full moon,
Yep.
and nothing, like literally not as much as I thought we would get, but we were there all fucking night. And
Yeah. I
so
just came into contact with someone recently, and they're like, "Oh, I'm a pro at ghost hunting, and I'm a pro at paranormal investigating." Mind
I
you,
don't
they
mean to
had
laugh.
they had no equipment like at all.
Yeah.
And what they learned and what they knew, they got off of TV.
Yeah.
And I took that
Yeah.
individual ghost hunting with
Way
me.
to go,
I took
Zach
that individual
Bunny.
ghost hunting with me, and they're like, "Nothing's happening." And I'm like, "Just give it a minute. Like, it's not going to happen right off the bat. It takes
They're not
time."
puppets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just like you this is how I believe and what I believe. A lot of times you have to build that rapport with the spirits too,
Mhm.
just like friends, you have to learn to trust and build that rapport with friends. I feel the same way with spirits, because you know what, they were living at
We're
once.
human, yeah.
That's probably how they were when they're alive. So it's not, I mean, some of them are shy, they don't want to come right out and say, "Hey, I'm here."
Yeah.
But then you got the jokesters that will. But yeah, there are no pros. Yeah, no pros in this. None.
No,
None.
not at all. Not at all. And I use the term seasoned personally, and even people are like, nope,
There you go,
seasoned.
yeah.
I don't like seasoned as well. I personally do like seasoned because of what that means is, you've been doing it long enough that
Mhm.
you get you get a good portion of it. Doesn't mean that you're not going
Right.
to be surprised, because we don't know everything by far.
Right.
But I mean, season at least gives a little bit of an understanding that we've been doing it for a little while. Season also doesn't mean that we're good at it. It just
Yeah.
means we've
No,
been doing it for a
We've
while.
only
Learn from
for
your
a while,
mistakes
yeah.
too. You're like, okay, this didn't work that way, so
We do it this
I'm
way.
gonna try it. Yeah, I'll try it that way. But
Well,
yeah, I
and-
want to hear some more. We keep talking. I want to hear.
I
some
know.
more of it. Finish on. This
Well-
is. I have to toot our own horn, but this has been an amazing show so far. And again,
It's really
Greg,
good.
thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for
Well,
being
Yeah.
thank
here
you very
with
much for
us.
having me. I mean, I love talking about myself, and you make it very easy.
We're good at that.
You don't allow me to do that at the 10 o'clock hour. So okay. I one day there was this is kind of a long story. So I'll try to be succinct.
We
with
got
it.
time. It's okay.
Mhm.
So there was a documentary on on Discovery Plus, and it was called "Last Photo of Lincoln." And so there's this photo of Lincoln that has not been confirmed that is supposedly him after he was shot and after he actually died in the bed of the place he was staying across the street from Ford's Theater, and that somebody came in with which at that point were massive cameras, and took a picture of his body, lifeless body. And so that it's hotly contested, hotly contested. And that is, it's a fantastic documentary, because they go through of the different types of film, the different types of way that pictures were reproduced at that point in time, and like all sorts of things. And it's on Discovery Plus. You should check it out. In fact, I got the producer and host of the show on my show a couple years ago, and we talked about it, and it was truly incredible. But so one day I'm watching that, and I thought, well, wonder if I can get President Lincoln to tell me whether that picture is real or not. And so I decided for one of my Spirit Box sessions that I was going to reach out to President Lincoln and see if we can get a response and an answer to this. So before I went live, I had my flashlight set up. I'm a firm believer in communication through flashlights. I do understand people are like, well, it depends, if the blah, blah, blah heats up, the blah, 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 blah. Yes, absolutely. Right. And we shouldn't discount that. But at the same time, if it's answering when you're asking a question,
exactly,
when you ask it to turn off, to me, that's somewhat compelling. But, to each their own.
Yeah.
So before I went live, I said, I did my meditation, and I just said, President Lincoln, I am going to want to, I need to reach out to you tonight. I want to ask you a question. And I pointed to my screen. I said, I'm going to show you something on the screen. I'd like to know if this is you or not. Do you understand? And the light went on, and it turned off. I said, thank you. There is going to be a lot of people watching tonight. You won't see them here, but they will be seeing it. Are you okay with it? Light turns on and the light turns off.
Wow.
So I'm like, okay, this is cool. One other question. May I ask Mary Todd Lincoln a question, please? And the light turns on and the light turns off. So that's pretty cool. So we start the program. And I turn on the Spirit Box, and I just said, and I put up that picture of Lincoln, or what we believe is Lincoln. I said, President Lincoln, President Lincoln, is this you? And it's like, yes. And I'm just like, holy shit. The comment section starts going insane.
Blowing up. Oh my God.
Insane. And people are like, oh my God, I got starstruck, and so it's like, and I'm one of those people, like, I got my answer. I don't want to try to keep, I did not want to keep these people long. I don't want to outstay the welcome.
Exactly.
So I'm just like, okay, I'm going to ask Mary Todd a question. The question I was going to ask Mary Todd was simply this: Mrs. Lincoln, when you were living, you spoke to the dead. Now that you're dead, you speak to the living. You're going to hear how I mangled this question, because I was so starstruck by what had happened. I didn't expect, even though I had the flashlights and everything, I just did not expect this. So you're going to hear me mangle it, and you're going to hear her response to that mangling and to me. So here you go.
Okay.
Lincoln, you spent your entire life reaching out to spirits. Do you talk to other people? Do you talk to other people as a spirit, to other living people? Talk about what?
Oh my God!
It's kind of cool, huh?
Play that again.
Absolutely. Now I'm gonna also there is a point where I say, you talk to spirits or something like that, and you hear a male says, I know. That is the same
like
voice we got for Lincoln. So take a listen.
Mrs. Lincoln, you spent your entire life reaching out to spirits. Do you talk to other people? Do you talk to other people as a spirit, to other living people? Talk about what?
Kind of cool.
That is
I
not
had to mute
kind
my
of.
mic.
That
I'm sorry
is
for the dog
cool.
mic. I have the headset in, and it was crazy when she spoke. He barked, and so I had to mute that. I'm sorry, but oh,
There's no kind
my
of in that.
God.
That is amazing.
Isn't that good? That is, I love
and that's a female voice,
female voice.
And it's like an
and your
intelligent
spirit
response.
box is going backwards. You have it scanning backwards.
Scanning backwards, and it
amazing.
is an intelligent response.
Mhm.
Yes.
There, I cannot for 100% tell you that's Mary Todd Lincoln, even though I believe it is. But I mean, there is no recordings of her voice. There's no recordings
Right.
of Lincoln's voice. So as a and paranormal investigator who's trying to keep things, fair, I can't say with 100% certainty that's Mary Todd Lincoln, though I do believe it is. I do believe that's Lincoln.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if they're answering you and you're asking questions and stuff, and spirits, I mean, if you're asking, are you Lizzie Borden and stuff, and they'll tell you yes or no or whatever, or Lincoln. That's how I look at it. If
Yeah.
you're going to ask them their name or, who's with us, they're going to respond with their name. And then if that's the person you want to talk with, they're going to respond back to you. And I believe that. That's, oh my God.
It was truly amazing. It's probably, I hate to say it, I probably shot my wad out here for you tonight pretty early on here, because that is one of the best I've ever picked up.
Wow.
It is just and it's positive. It's just and you could hear, it's not just the response, you could hear her emotion in it. She is just kind of exasperated by my question. That's the way I look at it. Like, talk about what? Other people are like, no, I don't feel that at all. To me, she's just like, talk about what? Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Get out the question. So I think it's fantastic. It's just really, I love it. I just love it. I love it.
Yes, I was going to say something, but he was right in the middle of talking, so I'll just pop that up there.
Well, it's true. It's 100% true. It's like, okay, well, now it's just a lot of things that I think I know what it says, but we'll see if anyone else agrees with it. So but that is truly amazing here. Let's see here. Not quite as clear. Anyone hear of the Morris Jamel Mansion in New York City?
No.
Morris Jamel Mansion is a place that has been around since the 1750s, if I'm not mistaken. It's still there today. It's a mansion. It's over in the Bronx area. And one of the things that it's known for is that it was the headquarters for General Washington for about 3 months during the American Revolution. Eventually, it went over to I forget who it is that has it. It's not Hamilton. It's Aaron Burr, I think. That him and his wife Eliza Jamel owned this house, and Eliza became the richest woman in America at one point. So she was very influential, and she ran that house like, you could just see paintings of her, and you just like, you don't mess with this woman. Right. I went there just to do some sightseeing. I brought some equipment with, and I went up to the people running it. I just said, "Hi, I'm a paranormal investigator. I got some stuff. Would it be okay if I use my spirit box?" And they're like, "Sure." And they took me into a room, the octagon room, and they shut the door and shut me in there for a while. And then I went down to the basement, and the kitchen is down in the basement, and I'm just asking questions to the spirit box, and
that's cool.
No response whatsoever. I didn't get any responses. And I thought, oh, that sucks. And I went home and I started listening, and I started realizing I got a ton of responses. Actually, I just wasn't hearing them, which is why you always record. It's why you always record. I believe I got Eliza Jamel. So I'm down in the kitchen asking, can any of the kitchen help? Can you talk to me? Can you tell me what it's like working down there? All that stuff. This plays 3 times. It's very quick, very quick. So we might have to play it a few times, but
Yeah.
it's Eliza. I think it's Eliza, and she's not happy with me.
Ooh. Okay. Oops, I gotta pop that up. Pay attention, Emmy.
Play it again.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'll play it one more time for y'all. So I'm talking with the kitchen staff, and you get this older woman, and she's just like, "Stop it!" You know, that's really what it
Yeah.
is. She's just stop it. You know,
Stop
and with such,
I didn't mean to cut you off. Play it again. I hear an accent in that.
I hear anger. Is anger an accent?
Yeah, especially when my husband's from Boston, and when he gets mad, it's like the accent comes out more.
That could
So,
be. Hold
yeah.
on. Here it is.
It's like an East Coast
Have
accent.
J
You
Max
can hear
say
it.
it.
Jay, come say stop it. But you can hear
You can
that
hear
accent.
it. Yeah.
And that's the area.
Wow.
That's
That
the
was
area.
awesome.
So yeah, she was not, and everyone, if you want to Google Eliza Jamel, Jumel, and look at the pictures. There's a painting of her with her grandchildren around her, and you'll be like, yeah, that's her. That is
The voice goes with the picture.
well, and actually, real fast. Let me beat you all to it here. See if I can find her here real fast.
Yeah, I'm too lazy to
It's Aaron
type.
Burr's. Aaron Burr's. Let's see here. I got it. I got her. Here you go. Here she is.
Thank you, because I was fixing to do. I'm like, I can't go that fast.
She is. Let's see. How do we do this? Let's do this, and then this, and then this, and then this. Whoops. Let's get rid of that.
Oh, you're brilliant. Look at that. Oh wait.
Oh yeah.
Actually, no. You can hear. You should be able to hear the other one. Yes. Okay. Play it now. This. I think you can do it.
I don't think I can do both at once.
Try it. Let's see. Let's
Well,
try
I can't.
You can't.
No.
Can
But
I?
I can do
Can't
it.
hit play.
She's just like, stop it. There.
Yeah, she definitely looks like the lady who would like yell at you.
Yes. Stop it.
You know what's funny
See
is
that.
every single time I think of this picture of her, I don't remember her smiling. I remember her glaring every single time, and then I look it up like, oh, she's smiling in it.
What
Or
if
you know,
she
she's.
changes?
I think it's really interesting that I always see her as not smiling.
No,
Yeah.
if you stop and look at it, it looks like she just has one of those.
And
Like,
she's got that snobby like.
she gets an RBF face.
That,
Yeah.
yeah. Like my shit don't stink.
Yeah, well, she was the richest woman in America at some point, so
Yeah.
she kind of was accustomed to
Wow.
people believing that. I think. Yeah,
That's
it's
crazy.
yeah, it's another good one. I just think that's good you know, it's just you can hear the emotion
Yep.
there. Let's see here if I can find.
Oh yeah, she got really mad at you. She's like, "They're not bringing me my tea."
Well, she just like stopped. What she just stopped. I think she just was annoyed that I was talking to her staff.
Yeah,
Right.
you're keeping them from doing their job.
So basically I had we were out in the grounds, and I had my friend Robert with me, and he's not a paranormal investigator, but he had an experience in the house when we were there at the Morris Jamal Mansion. And so we went outside, and I'm doing a spirit box session in front of the house, and he's just walking around the grounds, and he was very he was kind of out of it. The day affected him, and I didn't hear anything again. But then when I got home, I listened, and I'm going to kind of give this away because I'm not taking a lot of time to let people figure out what's being said, so I do apologize with that.
Right.
But I got home and I was listening, and all of a sudden, through the recordings, I hear Robert's name. I'm like, what? And then I back it up a little bit more to get more, and I hear home Robert. And then I hear another word in front of it, And I'm just like, this is a message for Robert. How interesting.
Uh-huh.
And here it is.
Come on, let me get over here, the other screen. Hit the play ad button.
I'll play it again.
Home, Robert.
Here we go.
And it's the same
Wow.
voice.
It's the same voice, a whole sentence. I'll play it one more time for folks.
Wow, that's so cool.
I got major fucking goosebumps. I love shit like that.
I
Yeah.
do. I love responses like that.
And oddly enough, it wasn't me that said it to him. So you know,
Wow.
but yeah, it's really interesting to get that and that it was something for him. It was a message for him.
That's cool.
And
That
you
is
know,
so cool.
something affected him that whole day there. So it's like, yeah, okay, whatever it is. Here's just a
Wow.
quick one being sworn at. Who doesn't like to be sworn at, right?
Those are my favorite.
This is
Daily.
This is at St. Anthony, Maine. It gets I have it play 3 times in a row here because it's very quick.
Okay.
Okay, here you go.
Yep.
So you got that.
Wow.
Fuck you. That's plain. Fucking.
Yeah, that
Wow.
really. That was really something.
What'd you do to piss them off?
I have
know.
no idea. There was a number of us in there. There's probably about 4 or 5 of us in there. So who's to say? I mean, thank you for thinking that they're talking to me right away. But you know, they might have been talking to somebody else. You know,
That could be. That could be.
it
Wow.
was really and it was really interesting. Let's see here. I was in Strawberry Point, Iowa, and in Strawberry Point, Iowa, I don't do this sort of thing anymore. Where I'm like, I ask Spirit to kind of give us a name to validate that they're there. This was early on,
Right.
but we were my friend Freddie and I. We were in Strawberry Point at a hotel that was said to be haunted and really got nothing out of there. But we were in the bar, and it's small town Iowa, and suddenly word got around that we're doing some paranormal investigating, and I wasn't sure how well that was going to go.
Right.
But this woman across the bar, she's just like, you couldn't last 5 minutes in my house. And I'm like, I bet you we could. And about a half an hour of us going back and forth about stuff, and she was drunk off her ass. We decided that we're all safe people. We went to her house and we did an investigation, and
Stranger danger.
yeah, truly, it's like amazing that we did it, but we got some incredible stuff. Here was
Wow.
where I was showing them how the spirit box works. So I was trying to get them to understand, like I could ask for someone's name to come through that was with us, and this was just an example of how we were able to do that.
Okay. Oops, I gotta hit play. I was typing. I'm gonna want to say thanks to Thomas for dropping Greg's links and everybody else who's doing that. I really appreciate that and stuff. We're spreading you out there, Greg.
Thank you.
Freddie,
We're whoring you
could you
out.
please say Freddie's name to validate that you are listening to us? You hear that?
That's fast.
Plays it again.
Cool.
Here is named Freddie. Could you please say Freddie's name to validate that you are listening to us? You hear that?
And that's something I'm gonna play one more time. And I want to just
Yeah.
point out that if you didn't see it in the captions, that after we're all laughing, there's this little girl voice that's just like cool. Like
Yeah,
I think
cool,
she thinks that it's super cool that we're getting such a rise out of this.
Here is named Freddie. Could you please say Freddie's name to validate that you are listening to us? You hear that?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, these are the
Wow.
EVPs that I love because you hear like the initial response from the spirit, and then you hear a genuine reaction to it,
Yes.
and then you hear them tune in again. That's what I
It-
think is just so amazing about some spirit box
It-
sessions.
we were getting, and I don't have this audio with me, but we were upstairs in this house that we were doing this, and we were doing spirit box session, and I'm hearing something, and Freddie's hearing something, and Freddie's like, turn it off, and I turn it off, and he's like, I hear voices, and I'm like, I'm hearing voices too, and downstairs you could hear through the recording like voices from downstairs, stuff moving downstairs. Dogs are barking because the dogs are down there.
Wow.
And the best part
Wow.
of it is you heard that laugh from Shannon. Shannon, it's
Yeah.
her house, and she's a loudmouth. She's just like rah, rah, rah. The whole night. She's just like rah, rah, rah. But she's hearing it too, and she's just like, "Hello,
That's awesome.
is there someone down
I
there?"
I started getting into when I went to Jasper this last time, just the recorders and asking questions and then going back and listening to it. And I've been getting so much more responses that way.
Mhm.
I don't know, because now I'm like really doing that and listening to it instead of like, is anybody here, or leaving the recorder there? Reggie's in the house. Reggie says, I had to turn this down. It was freaking out the people walking by me. I'm at work.
Sorry, not sorry.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
What's your favorite? What's your favorite tool, or what do you? Well, okay, I know what it is. Why don't you tell everybody?
like
What-
a screwdriver? I mean, what do you mean?
no, your
Paranormal.
go-to.
Your
Your
go-to paranormal
paranormal.
device.
Your go-to.
Well,
Um,
I mean, like my show's called Ghost Box. I've been playing Spirit Box recordings all night, so it might be a Spirit Box. You know, Yeah.
So, what would be your advice to people who are new to the paranormal field who want to get a spirit box? Like, because you know how, like, with crystals, for one thing, with people who are new to crystals, we're like, okay, you got to sleep with them, you got to cleanse them, you got to connect with them. What is your advice to them when it comes to spirit box?
my advice would be do your research, and this could probably piss some people off, but
That's okay.
I think the thing too is start cheap. You know, even with the people who are making the spirit box and stuff, you know, an SB7 is like 60 to 70 bucks. I mean,
Mhm.
I know people, that sounds like a lot maybe to some people, which it is a lot, but I mean, it's less than 150, 200, 250. I mean, I paid $700 some for one of my spirit boxes. I guess my point I'm getting at is find out if you like it first. Find out if you have any
Exactly.
connection to it first.
Right.
I think, you know, some people
Because it
might
can-
some
go
some
ahead.
people might be SB7. It's a piece of junk. It's never been to me. It's always, you know, what we're hearing, everything that we've heard tonight is on an SB7.
Yeah.
I just feel like that if you're going to get any kind of communication, you're going to get it on the SB7. But if you're like, I think I can do better on something else, at least you know that you have that connection.
Right.
And I think that's the same for any kind of equipment that you want to get into. It's like, don't start with, you know, the biggest of anything, you know, just start and scale up, because it's an expensive hobby. You know?
It
You
is.
just took that thought out of my head. I was getting ready to say it.
Expensive.
It's very expensive. A lot of people in my community call me the gadget queen because I like to buy different things and try different. I know that sounds horrible, but try different stuff, and then now here I am going, okay, I've given stuff away because I'm like, I just don't really use
You know,
it, and
more.
it sits in a bag, and so yeah. But my more expensive stuff, I'd sell it at half price because I it's not me. It'll work for somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have a big bag of stuff that I'd bring everywhere with me, though, with a lot of batteries and everything else. Now I have a little case, this case I started with all those years ago that just had flashlight, digital recorder, spirit box, Ovilus,
Yep.
all still expensive stuff. I mean,
need an
still,
Ovilus. That's what I do.
I know I
don't
need an Ovilus. Yeah.
yeah, and I mean that's you know, that's just a lot of money and a lot of stuff to carry around.
Yes.
There is one thing I want, and that's that like the REM pod rope, where it's like
The tripwire.
Yeah, tripwire. Yes,
I love
those are
the
cool. I think
tripwire.
those are neat, but I
Yeah.
don't. They're like $300
Yeah.
at least.
Well, Ghost Stop came out with a new one called Tracer. Love
did they?
that thing. Oh my god, I have one of those. It's my favorite.
I'll have to check that out because I mean, I'm not faulting anyone to do it, and I know that people like I mentioned earlier. There's paranormal equipment makers who are not part of the big
Mhm.
system, and they're
Right.
making it so that it's more affordable
Yeah.
for people, and I understand that. So if you can find them, check them out. I just say that I would much rather do something where I could start small and find out if it works for me, and
Yeah.
and then go from there, really.
Yeah, I had a music
My husband
box.
just yelled. He goes, because you travel too, and that's the thing too. I do travel, and
Yeah.
you want to make sure
Yeah.
what you're traveling with is going
Easy
to
to carry
accommodate.
on. Yeah.
Let me ask you guys before I forget. So when you've flown, have you ever had problems with TSA with your bag of equipment?
So when I've flown, and I've taken stuff with me to the UK and to LA and places like that, and obviously you scale down quite a bit. I put all the equipment into a Ziploc bag, and then I put a Post-it note on it inside saying this is paranormal equipment.
I never thought of
See,
that.
I've never had to go deal with TSA, but I did have to send my music box back to get repaired.
Sure.
And the lady at the post office was like, "So what's in the box?" And I'm like, "Ghost hunting equipment." Like, how do you explain to someone what it is? Like,
You can have so many people. Well, not so many, but there's quite a few of my friends that TSA had made me miss a flight, and I got stuck in Tampa
no.
for 26 hours. I had to wait. Yeah, because they literally took everything out of my carry-on because they're like, well, what's this? Because the shit looks like bombs.
They-
I mean,
they're-
And then, yeah.
You gotta wonder, like, did you make this to look like a pipe bomb on purpose? I mean, because you're right, 100%. Is this? What are you doing to us? And when I went to the UK, I didn't have it in my carry-on. I had it in my checked
Right.
luggage because it's just like this. This is, and like I said, I didn't bring a ton of stuff because it's just a lot of stuff to bring, and I was there for dual
Yeah.
purposes. But I just kind of put it out what it is and hope that they don't rip it apart or take it out in the middle of a field and blow it up or something,
But I like the idea of putting notes in it because because I've learned every time I travel, like, okay, I got to put my batteries over here. Don't have the batteries in this. Take the antenna off, but for whatever reason, they'll still open my shit up. Me and Patty was traveling from Logan Airport to Philadelphia. No, it was Logan Airport to Florida.
Okay.
And they went through all of her shit, and then they also went through all of mine. It's like, oh my god! So then we got to spend time putting it all back in, and it's like playing Tetris. But
That's-
Yeah.
I
You
love
get
that
someone
idea.
who's, like, intrigued, like, "Oh, so you really do ghost hunting?" And you're like, "Dude, I'm trying to catch my plane." Like, I
Yeah,
love to say
yeah.
that,
Oh, yeah.
but that's
Totally.
Yeah, it's just. But
It's-
I've missed it. So
Yeah,
ahead.
no, and that sucks. It really does suck. It's and it's getting tougher and tougher to get through TSA.
Mhm.
It's kind of wonder they
It
don't want us
is.
to fly. They just want us to pay for the ticket. So
Literally, I have to be dropped off 3 hours early just to check my stuff in. And the reason why I'd rather lose my clothes than my equipment. So I make sure my carry-ons
Yes.
are my equipment. My clothes goes underneath. That's how I look at it.
yeah, well, and I'm just at the point of like, and I haven't flown in a while. It just is. I haven't needed to go anywhere that I needed to fly. But I think for me now, it's just like less is more. Less is more.
Yeah.
And I tend to, when
Definitely.
I'm on investigations, I tend to stand back more now anyway, just because especially if it's people that haven't really had a chance to do it before, I'll just watch them.
Yeah.
And if they fall into any sort of like situation or something like that, a lot cheaper. If they fall into any kind of situation, then I can step in if they so want it to
Mhm.
happen. And I think that comes from we've been doing these courses now for nearly 3 years, and it just is like I've had some incredible responses. I've been blessed with a
Wow.
lot of great locations to be at and stuff. It's time for other people to have that opportunity to enjoy what I've enjoyed, so
That is so cool.
That's awesome. Yeah,
I don't need to
love
be
that.
I don't need to be the one up front being like, oh, this is what we're going to do. But inevitably, to be very honest, inevitably everyone will turn to me at some point and be like, can we get a spirit box session? I was like, yeah.
I don't know
here's
who
the
said it
spirit box.
earlier, but they are absolutely correct about you. You are very humble.
I believe Nancy said that. Yeah.
Well, because I think I think blessings are something to not forget about. And I've had a great experience. It's not like I'm anywhere near done either. So I mean, there's plenty more to
Right.
come. But it's just like everyone should have that opportunity to have those great moments that stay with them. Adam was at one of our events. We did a Masonic Lodge event that I think half the people died at.
Ooh.
And because there was casualties that night, and
Right.
it was a 2-night event, and one was at a hotel and the next night was at the lodge, and he got his first EVP that night, and the excitement that he had for getting his first EVP was amazing, because that's what it's about. Everyone should
Yeah.
have that first moment. Everyone should have that first time of experience.
yeah.
Yeah,
something.
everyone should have their first aha moment when it comes to the paranormal.
Absolutely. And hopefully that everyone he gets afterwards is the same response, that it never becomes, okay, cool, another one, that's great.
Yeah.
That they all
Well-
should be like, this is amazing.
Yeah. Mhm.
That's why I'm like, oh, did you guys hear that? Ah. Yeah, I get like that.
Zach Beggins moments. That's what I call
Right,
them.
exactly.
It's a demon.
Yeah, he
Oh
was
my god.
Adam was just so thrilled and so excited, and that was something. That was quite the night. We were at a Masonic Lodge, and
Oh, love
people
those.
Sounds so
started
cool.
to kind of get ill, and we had some interesting things, and I got a permission about doing something with George Washington's portrait, like not like to face it or anything, but use it as a way
Right.
to try to reach
A
out to
trigger
him.
object. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
when we reached out to him, things started to kind of go wrong, and I feel like that it was because of how other spirits were not happy that we were trying to reach out to.
Right. And they
That's
wanted
cool.
to speak or something.
It's like they were protecting him.
Yeah.
They were
I-
even though the room that we got the painting from had like 70 pictures of George Washington in it.
That was probably their
Yeah.
favorite one.
So I want to read what Barbara says. Emmy, I was just going to say that same thing about Greg. He is so interesting, informative, and not a cocky bragger and stuff. His shows are great to listen and to participate in when he does the spirit box. I don't read very well, so I'm dyslexic. So you guys got the gist of it. But that,
Yeah.
And also I want to say we got 32 people in the house again. Thank you so much, you guys, for being here.
That's very cool. Yeah, and I know Barbara has always been on when I do spirit box sessions.
That's cool.
I had stopped for a long time because I got affected and had some bad things happen from a
Yep.
session, and it is possible. It
Oh,
does
yeah.
happen. And when you're doing it at home, you are risking, and I knew that
Yep.
sort of thing.
Yep.
I also had a curse put on me that I
Oh,
had to have
shoot.
removed. So it was not a great period of time, but it is what it is. And so what and with all that, I ended up taking about a year off, and I've kept wanting to come back and doing my Sunday night spirit box sessions, but I didn't want to because I'm doing 5 nights a week and it's a lot of work and stuff. And then I was at a psychic fair in Brainerd, Minnesota in April. And on Sunday, one of the practitioners, who I did not know, she's a psychic, and she came up to me and she looks at my table, which is all about my radio show, and she's just like, yeah, this is all fine, but you need to get back to doing what you're supposed to do. And I said,
Yep.
what's that? And she goes, and you need to get back to it. You need to do it. You haven't done it in a long time. And I just said, you mean my spirit box sessions? She's like, you know what you need to do. And that was it. I mean, it's like one of those things out of a movie where like the mystic comes out of the fog. You're like, you need to, it's like, is this real?
Yeah.
But yeah, this is very much this is very much like it got me to go back and do it, but I've only
That's
done
cool.
once since. So I'm
You know, I'm glad that you have come back. I'm glad you came back and you're with Paralinks. I'm hoping that's
Welcome.
make a difference too with
Thank you.
you know what you've been doing and stuff. We're definitely trying to grow Paralinks, and having you with Paralinks is actually a big honor, and I can't say that enough too. You know,
Agreed.
It's great to be back. I was with you all before, and we took a break and came
Yep.
back, and it's nice to be back, and it's been fun. And all we're trying to do, like I think all of us, is we want some people to hear what we have to do, see the work that
Right.
we're putting into the stuff we're doing.
and
at the
some
end of the
people,
day.
I noticed. When I do the paranormal shows, I notice more people come in and, like you said, they'll tell a story because they're afraid to tell it out there, in the other communities and stuff like that because of how people are going to treat them and stuff.
Mhm.
And with your show, I know a lot of people will sit there and listen, and hopefully they will speak up too. And I'm sorry, I'm reading chat at the same time.
No, I am too. And I, the thing too is like my hope is that we make this stuff accessible for people who aren't who are on kind of the precipice of whether or not this is something they believe in, or if it scares them. There is stuff that
Right.
we have to do. Joshua is kind of put in a comment, you got to be careful doing this stuff.
Yeah.
100%. But it's also like I don't think that we should be making it look like that this is all demon, dark, scary. That I think paranormal is more beautiful than anything. It's a beautiful thing if you
Oh,
if
yeah.
you're going into it for the right reasons. When we're doing the Sunday night sessions, we're bringing through people's loved ones that they haven't heard their voices in years, and only
Oh,
they know
yeah.
what their voices sound like. I could sit here all night having voices come through, but if the other person on the other end, they'll know if that's their aunt or uncle,
Yep.
mom, dad, whatever. And I'll get like, I won't hear anything, and I'll get through the comments. I'm crying over here. You got her. You got my mom. I'm
Oh, I
crying.
love
Or,
that.
that sort of thing. And it's like, good, because I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know at all. And I've done that with. I was at an event, and I had a friend, or someone who became a friend. They knew what I was doing with Spirit Box. They said during the break, today is my 12th anniversary of my father's death. Can we try to bring him through? My mom's here. Like, okay,
Oh,
let's
love that.
let's try. And so the mom, the son, and I were sitting in a back room during the break in the event, and I'm asking for this gentleman's name to come through, and he all of a sudden I look at the mother, and because there's some voices coming through, I look at the mother, and there's tears coming down her face.
Oh.
And I'm like, did we get him? She goes, that's him. I haven't heard his voice in 12 years.
I love that.
Oh, it makes me want to cry. I know that feeling.
And that's what it's to me.
Oh.
That's what it's about. That's what it's always been about for me. Not always, but over the last 6 years or so, it's really been what it's about for me. So
Okay, so Heather goes, don't get me wrong. I liked it, but it was just a shocker, needless to say, especially when you don't know what you're doing.
So she turned on a spirit box at her house, and it like scared the crap out of her. Like because that's if I'm not mistaken, that's my aunt.
Okay.
And so she's not really that.
You
big
don't
into
know if it's
paranormal.
your aunt or not. That's funny.
Well, I mean, there could be a lot of
I don't know, it's
Heathers.
my
But yeah. I told her one day just to turn on a spirit box and see what happens, and she did. And so, but yeah, it's like she said earlier, it's dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. Even if you do know what you're doing, it's dangerous.
you always have to be careful. Yeah.
It's a roll of the dice, really.
Yeah.
What I do is I went and okay. And if you watch one of my Spirit Box sessions, I do a grounding session beforehand and a energetic sort of get a protection for everybody. You don't have to do it. If you're watching, you don't have to do it. You could just be like, okay, well, I'm going to get, a coffee right now. I'll come back when he's done with that. totally fine. That is their position. But for those who want to do it, we walk through that. That way we can also, and I also do a protection then for the place that you're in, so that you are not, so that your spirits hopefully you're not being affected by the stuff on the spirit box, basically.
Right.
Down to. Yeah.
Have
It's
you
crazy.
heard one of your family members come through?
I've gotten my dad, and that was like, it sucks because it was during one of the live sessions, and I really make it
Somebody
my
else's,
business not to
yeah.
make it my business during the live sessions.
Yeah.
So like, it's like, it's like there's a voice I haven't heard in a number of years. The interesting one was I was doing this, and a very good friend of mine, his son had passed away. I'm friends with my friend and his wife. Their son passed away at such a young age of 42, and this was about coming up on 2 years ago. It's now been 2 years ago, I think, and I'm asking for anyone to come through, and I knew this guy. I was friends with him too,
Right.
and all of a sudden, his voice came through, and I asked, and my friend in the comments, he's like, "That's my son. That's him." And I'm like, "I know." I said, "John, do you want to go any further with us, or do you want me to stop communication right now? Because there's a time and a place, and I don't doubt that I could get him again."
Yeah.
And he's like, nope, just ask, are you standing by? And John's psychic. He has abilities. And he's like, just ask him if he's by me or by his mother. So I am like, Brian, are you by your dad or your mom? And through the spirit box, we get mother.
Oh, wow.
And that was incredible. Absolutely incredible. And, that's not there to make people sad. That's not there to have them like he's gone. It's meant to be.
It's a happy.
It should be happy. Hopefully it's happy. Yeah, it's like I mean, because we're all in this believing that there is more after you pass,
Right.
but sometimes getting some of those reminders doesn't hurt either.
Mhm.
It doesn't hurt to be able to be like, okay, I can hear, I can hear their voice again, and that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I love it. I love what I do.
Yeah, I've had it happen one time. I was doing it online, and we were listening to a spirit box, and we were trying to have somebody else come through, and I heard my grandfather talk, and I was like, "This can't be," I'm like, because you're trying to help somebody else with their family members,
Yeah.
and then I hear my grandma, and I'm just like, I came all mushy, you know what I mean? And everybody's like,
Yeah.
"Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah." But it's not about me. It's like you were saying, it's somebody else we were trying to talk with, and I think maybe Jenna was there too. I was doing it live on D Live, but yeah, it was very emotional because I don't like to call upon my family,
No,
Yeah.
no. And here's an interesting thing too, is that it's not about us, but I do think it's because of us that they're coming through. I do think that there is something to be said about our abilities to be able to make that happen. I'm not saying that someone else couldn't have made it happen, but I do feel like that there is something about what we do is, that we are beacons. We have
Yep.
our light above us, and it seems to be always on, and that we come across as people who spirits can trust, especially the ones who have not crossed. And so I do think that there is something about what we're doing that is specific. Doesn't mean it's solely specific, but we certainly don't hurt in the matters at all, if that makes sense. We certainly are a part that can make that happen.
Oh, definitely. Josh says, but sometimes it is receive the message. I got totally confused on that one.
Sometimes it is receive the message. Yeah. But Joshua is another one who listens to my Sunday. He pops up on my radio show so Joshua, first of all, thank you for that. But also, he has his own abilities, and he does a lot of good work as well. And it's that's what I think is great about what we do is like we all of us who vibe the same, we find each other.
Right.
We find each other, and that's what it's all about. And Heather, I would give anything to hear my grandpa's voice. He passed at the young age of
Yeah.
54.
That's
Absolutely.
so young. Oh my gosh.
When I do,
I'm 54.
well, I mean that's just it. I mean it's just
Yeah.
it's very young. And if I might be doing one Sunday, but when I do one, please check it out. Come on, if you want. If we can try to reach out to him. I never promise. I never guarantee that we
awesome.
will,
Right.
but we certainly can try.
But you do have a big connection with the spirit world. They trust you.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's why I think you and a couple other people I know, you have that rapport. And rather you've talked to that one spirit before, I feel the other spirits, they're like, yes, Greg's a good guy. Go ahead, talk to him.
Yeah, they'd help
And
him.
so the spirits put you out there in their community is how I look at
Yep.
it. And
Yeah.
that's how I feel. They trust you. And sometimes it's really hard because as a living, it's hard to trust people. And I think it's the same way in the spirit world.
Yeah, like whenever Greg Koss goes live, I know he asks his guides to help get those
Yeah.
other individuals
Yep.
forward. So yeah, I definitely think that would help a lot.
Absolutely. And it's interesting to see how Greg does it. It's different than how I do it. It's different than how Reginald does it. It's different than how, and that's what it should be, right? We
Yeah.
should just be. It's how it works for us, and it's incredible. It's truly incredible. And I also look at it as like a muscle. If you don't do it, the woman who came up to me at that fair said that I should be doing this. She said you should do it or else you're going to lose it. I don't agree with that 100%.
No.
What I do think is, it's a muscle. If you don't use it, you need to kind of work it back up again. And it may not, you may not pick up where you left off.
That is 100% true. I am gifted. I actually had a tumor removed last year in October. So I put up my walls and I kind of guarded myself because I was going through my own thing.
Sure.
And after I got the tumor removed and I started getting back into my gifts, like I was so sad because I couldn't connect with spirit, but all I needed to do was work on it. And I went to a local coffee shop here in town, and this girl came through, and I turned on some sage and I started saging because they had just taken the haunted museum tour that's located in the shop, and her grandma came through. And I was telling her all kinds of stuff, and she was like looking at her best friend, and they started freaking out and crying. And she was like, "Oh my God, like, how do you know this stuff? We've never even met." And I was like, "Well, your grandma's here. She wants me to tell you the A, B, and C." So you never lose it. You just got to retrain on it.
Totally.
You just got to redo it.
Now let me ask you guys. So I've noticed, especially since COVID, a lot of people were homebound and stuff like that. Did you notice your gifts become more prominent during that time? Or do you think they've stayed the same? I think mine have started, and it's almost like a new awakening and stuff because we had all that time, that mental time, and that's how I feel. So obviously you guys agree with me on
I
that
agree. Yeah, like before I could just hear voices, and now it's like when they come through, I'll
They're
see what they're
coming
wearing.
through.
I see what they look like. They're right there next to me, and it's
Yeah.
a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, I was doing probably spirit box sessions live on Facebook about 3 times a week, and at that point, because what else are we going to do? And
Right.
and it was one of those things too that a lot of, I think that's obviously where all of us started to do more of the streaming anyway, because that's when StreamYard kind of really started to come out and stuff like that. And it also became like, how can we keep people sane by not having them have to think about having to be trapped in their homes? So would come up and do these things, and just so that people can get away from it. And for me, doing like the live spirit box sessions, like for the first few years, I wasn't on camera. It would be like a camera on equipment. I didn't want to be on camera. I was too shy to do it. I didn't know what people would think. I didn't know, people just laughed me off the screen and stuff. So it took me a while to do that. And then once I did, realize that it was more than just me talking to the spirit box and getting responses. That did nothing. It really doesn't do a whole lot for me. It was more of like, how can I get people, how can I get people what they want in terms of like who they want to hear from and stuff. So that's when I guess maybe my whole way of doing it shifted from just
Right.
just doing it to like, I can help people, I can engage
Yep.
with people, and that's where it was a big thing for me. Yeah.
You took something bad, not spirit world, but the whole being
Yeah.
trapped in your home, and made it into a positive thing and helped other people who are trapped in their home and stuff. That's amazing.
It was really
really
cool.
is.
It was really cool, and it's just like it changed everything for me personally, and that was, I mean, apart from obviously the deaths and the suffering that people had gone through
Yeah.
during that lockdown was actually a great period of time for me, because I'm not a big people person. So, I'm outside doing my walks and stuff, and people would be walking by me, crossing the street to not be on the same sidewalk as I am. I'm like, okay, I mean, we're just going to pass for a second, but whatever. And it was just, I lost 80 pounds. I was just like, I was living a very good life of just being okay with not having to go out, if that makes sense.
Right.
Once again,
Yeah.
though, not discounting, of course, the
It was almost like a
tragedy that's
blessing to
around
you because you didn't have to do. Yeah, I get it. I get
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty.
But now look at you.
Yeah.
It's 6 days a week, and people come to you, and that's probably. Do you think that's when the spirits started to putting that trust in you more and stuff? Because
Could very well be. Could very well be. I went to school for originally I went to school for broadcasting a billion years ago, and so radio has always
cool.
been a big part of my life. I've worked in television production for a long period of time, commercial production. It's funny that it took me 30 some years from going to that school to actually be on a radio station, but whatever,
Wow.
however it works. But I mean, the idea of broadcasting has always been interesting to me. And so that I've been doing the radio show in some iteration since like 2008, something like that. And only recently, within the last 4 years, I've actually been on what we call a terrestrial radio station, like an FCC licensed station. And
Wow.
I started going nightly last July of 2023. And I wasn't sure if I was going to do it or not, because that's a lot of people to try to get onto the show. And I firmly believe I'd much rather have people on the show, guests, rather than just me talking, because that's not going to really work. So I've been very proud of myself, what I've been able to accomplish to keep the show interesting and fun. But it's also, I'm reaching an audience I've never expected before. I never,
That's cool.
we're tens of thousands of people listening every night in the Twin Cities. We're not the biggest radio station in the cities, not even by a long we're not even close.
But you're
to
making a big difference, though.
But we're doing something, and there are people who like the show. I don't know everybody who likes the show, which is good too, but I'll get people come up to me. I was at the Dustin Perry. He was going around doing going to theaters and doing a presentation, and he did his presentation. At the end of it, somebody came up behind me. It was at a place called the Fitzgerald Theater in St. Paul. He comes up behind me, I couldn't even see him. He puts his hand on my shoulder and he's like, I just keep up the good work. I love your show. And he got out of there really fast. And I was like, I don't know who that was, but I have people who will be like, hey, I've listened to your show. I know what you are. I love your, it's so interesting. The people I don't know, there's people I don't know that they're just like, yeah, I like it. I've heard of it. I tune in once in a while, not every night, but once in a while. I think that's pretty cool. So, yeah.
It's almost like, God, I can't even think of that guy's name. That was, oh, shit.
She had an Emmy moment.
I can't, my brain just broke again. I'm so sorry. The guy that had the radio station from coast to coast.
George Norrie, or you're talking the original one? what's his face, the one who passed and did Midnight in Desert,
Yes.
and yep.
Yes. What is
Well-
his name? Oh my God.
And I am certainly not him. But
No,
but it's fun to
Art Bell.
yeah, Art Bell, and it's fun to be able to do a version of it, you know,
Right.
a certain version of it all. And you know, for me, I've actually based my show a little bit more off of Darkness Radio that had run for years around the country with Dave Schrader and Tim Dennis, because
Okay.
that's what I was listening to, and they were local to me. So I was like, you know, when I remember listening years ago when they were still on the air, and I thought, boy, how fun would it be to be able to do something like this? And it's not on the scale that they're on, and that's fine. It doesn't need to be, but I have my own version of it, and
Yeah.
you know, some money comes in from it, which, you know, that certainly helps.
So that makes it an enjoyable job. Like it's something you love
Totally.
to do, and
it's one, you know, and there's nights I can't do it, and when I'm not able to do it, I'm upset. I'm upset that I
Right.
haven't been able to do it, because I love it, and I love the fact that I can reach out to people, and not everyone agrees with what I have to say, which is totally fine. But we bring in, I really go out of my way to find unique people to come on the program, because I don't tend to just bring on like paranormal investigators, because there isn't always a lot of different stories from them. No offense to anyone
Right.
who is an investigator.
I am offended. Just kidding.
Yeah, and rightly so. You're right. As you should be. It's about time. I've been trying all night to crack you, and I finally did. So
now she's gonna go cry. Way to go, man.
screw you, Greg Bakken. So yeah, it's
You are fake news.
exactly. I totally haven't. I've been told by the best too just now. So yeah, I mean, but I mean, it's like, because I have teams that reach out to me, and they're like, I'd love to be on your show. I was like, that's great. What is it that you want to talk about? Oh, just what we do. And I was like, yeah. There's and if you're not even from Minnesota, because as much as we do have people who listen all around the world, and like you do too, you have people all around the world. That's what we're able to do doing the streaming and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like my focus has to be on the Twin Cities, because that's where literally the thousands of people are listening, and I gotta be grateful for that. I have to kind of
Right.
push it towards that. So it's like, no, I'm not going to, unless it's like, oh, I went to this place and I have this amazing story that I need to tell, and whatever else. But if it's just like,
I got
oh,
Bigfoot stuff. Can I come on your show? Like, I got a real Bigfoot.
have you met
I
Bigfoot?
do that. That I have not met Bigfoot, but you know what? I know. God damn! Why does my brain keep? Cliff Brockman. He's only 10 minutes from us, and we go to the Bigfoot Museum there and hang out, and that's one of his castings right there.
So you're gonna come on and tell me that you go to a museum?
Yes.
Sorry, I had to.
Yes, damn it.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Sorry,
I
Em.
want because I want to talk about my Bigfoot. No, I get it.
Well, and you know, it's
had
like
to do
it's
that.
like we do to promote other people as well and stuff. But yeah, it's just like, and I do a lot of authors. I get a lot of authors on
That's
because I hope
cool.
to get free books, but also to get their story, I guess, as well.
Yeah.
And
It's a very
it's
good price.
you know, but it's so important to, like, there's somebody I met yesterday in the cities. She wrote a book about Minnesota hauntings, and it's like, I need to have you on, because we need to promote our local authors, and especially doing
Exactly.
the books
Oh, yeah.
about the paranormal and stuff. And you know, then I do my spiel of, can I get a PDF? You know, and she
Yeah, so
actually
that way
gave
I
me
can talk about it.
she actually gave me a real book. So I mean, it's like, you know, I'm getting something out of this too. Good for me. So and I love books. I love to read. I love to read about paranormal anything. So yeah, and you know, it's part of it too, is you're finding the people that are writing interesting books. I had on my show about 2 months ago someone who wrote about the Jackie Gleason. He said that he was shown the UFO and alien bodies by President Richard Nixon. What a story.
What?
That is
What a
scary.
story.
Yeah.
And so he wrote a book about it, and it's like, yeah, I want to talk about that. I really want to talk about that. So yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. And then like I might have some folks come on like Casual Friday to promote some stuff as well and stuff. But
Like a
try-
Bigfoot?
we can talk about your Bigfoot. We surely can. That's when it's time to talk about the Bigfoot, which they are cool, aren't they? Those Bigfoot casts, those are really neat.
Those are
Oh,
interesting.
they are.
Yeah, for sure.
That one, the other one, if
the
there was
other
a
guy.
hand, he was at the whatever in the side of a mountain, so it's like climbing up, and you can see the fingernails and stuff. So
Oh
see?
wow.
Look at-
That's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. So it's like a hand. It is. It's really
Now,
cool.
I did see Bigfoot a year ago.
No way.
Yep, and I wasn't alone when I saw him.
What?
Really.
And maybe if this helps to know that my story has some weight to it, I was with two people, you may know their names, Ernie and Denise Pack.
No
Oh!
way. We get all
So-
excited.
We're getting excited. We're
Yeah,
like,
when it's
gonna be on
me
the
being on the show by myself, like, and here's Greg Bach and whatever, and then I bring up my arch enemy Ernie Pack, and you're all like fireworks suddenly.
you know,
Right.
it's
We're
really
really
sad
friends
because I reached out to him
on
the other day, and we're gonna have him
Yeah.
on the show too. We just gotta figure out when. But see, you know what? We brought
You
you
might as well
on
have dead air
first,
on. It's probably more enjoyable.
No,
quite
but
frankly,
like you add to your thing there. It's just like with your spirit box, like knowing that there's more than one person there to validate what you saw
Yes.
makes it even more awesome. Like,
absolutely, there was
Oh my
four of
gosh.
us who who had saw it at the same time. We all pointed at
That's
this
so cool.
entity at the same time, and then the next day we went somewhere else, and we had Greg Yost with us, who is does a huge amount of Bigfoot research, huge amount, and we're somewhere, and I was actually touched by one in the back of my head.
see, I am probably the most weirdest. I don't know.
I'm like, yeah, let me
No,
put
I'm
my jaw
really
up off the
big
ground.
into paranormal. I love paranormal. I
Mhm.
just can't wrap my head around Bigfoot and aliens being real. I guess because it scares the
Yeah.
living shit out of me if I stop and think about it.
Sure.
So I don't want to believe that it's real, but I know they're out there.
But the spirits are okay, you know, just not aliens.
I mean,
Now,
the only five dolls haunted dolls I have here in my house.
Well, you know,
I've never seen. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I've never seen Bigfoot, but I've heard them. I've smelt them.
Oh yeah.
I was probably within a few feet of them, but they blend in so well, and yeah,
That's
And Sydney, I think what you want to do, if you want to believe in the fact that there are entities like Bigfoot or aliens, you got to think of everything as energy, and that you approach it all as being on the same plane as you would approach reaching out to spirit. There is no difference whatsoever.
And I have done that, and I guess that's why it scares me because I've listened
Yeah.
to this podcast where it was like she was like a renowned like psychiatrist and all kinds of stuff. And she said something on her podcast that I'll never ever forget. She said that she believes that people who are gifted were at one point abducted by aliens, tested on, and that's why sometimes when we come back, we don't remember our dreams, we don't remember some of the experiences we've had, and that scares the living crap out of me. So
Yeah.
I'm like, I got
funny you say that because I don't remember my dreams. Probably 2 times a month I slip into a sleep paralysis, and the doctors have tested me. They don't know why. I don't know why, but yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
I hate sleep paralysis. I get those a lot. And it scares me when I finally do wake up. I'm like, yo, I know something was there holding me down. Like I could feel my body trying to wake up and I couldn't do it. Like it's scary.
And it is scary. It is all very scary, but I believe, I've tried this both with getting a Bigfoot entity, a forest friends, as we also call them, to like extraterrestrials. I've tried, and I've worked, and I've heard them both through Spirit Box.
Right.
And
Bigfoot's interdimensional.
yeah, absolutely. Totally. That's totally the way that I see it. And I mean, I didn't know until I saw him at West Point, Kentucky, over at Fort Duffield. And that was, it's a changing point in my life. My life hasn't been the same since, because it's just been, we were privy to something we didn't expect to see happen. Afterwards,
That's
we went to another
cool.
part of Fort Duffield, and one yelled at us, just this guttural, just
That's
like,
cool.
you know,
Yeah,
That's cool.
oh.
it was just it's really something. And when we went to another location in Indiana the next night, nothing but eye shine all over the place, which is just like the eyes of the entities. And
Wow.
just a lot of moving. And then through Spirit Box, just English coming back at me,
That is
answering my questions.
That is so cool.
It is.
Wow.
It is. And I just feel like that there's some, and it's, you hear about they might throw stuff at people or whatever else,
right.
and I wonder, it's just a wonder, I don't know, I wonder if that's because that they're not, that the people who are looking for them are thinking of them as animals, and they are not animals.
They're human. They're another.
I'm thinking
I look at them as like some kind of entity, but and yeah,
I
like
think they're just as curious as us. Like,
Yeah.
Totally. That night, that Saturday night, that would certainly be the case. I remember that there was eye shine further away from me, and I had my Spirit Box going, and I don't know what possessed me to say this, but I said, "I love you," and I got through the Spirit Box, "I love you too," and all of a sudden that eye
wow.
shine disappeared, and I said, did you leave me?" And all of a sudden it reappeared much closer.
No,
And
that is
that got me a
cool.
little bit like, ooh,
I
I love you from a
show you
distance,
how much I love you.
That is cool.
That is
I've
cool.
never thought about using a Spirit Box to try to communicate. See that I might try that, because when we were out, we were actually investigating a cemetery,
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's when we would hear them and smell them, and then you hear
Yep.
the packs of coyotes and stuff. It's almost like they run together.
Mhm.
Bigfoot, yeah. So
Big
I'm going to try that next time. I want to use the Spirit Box, see if I can actually communicate.
Spirit
Totally.
boxes are
With
awesome.
one.
to use. So on the Spirit Box topic, so you have your SP7, you have your like regular Spirit Box, you have your, well, what I have is my Poltercom Pico. What are your thoughts on like the Necrophonics app and like the other Spirit Box apps that are out there?
There are some that I want to try. I've not had as much luck. I've had some luck with like the Echovox, the Necrophonics. Queen Elizabeth came through first with the Necrophonic,
I love the Necrophonics. Yeah.
so that worked very well. Someone who had on my show, Anthony F. Sanchez, he has a site, ghosthunteraapps.com. I'm going to try some of his stuff. He's going to send it to me because he had some interesting stuff that I heard. I'd love to try it. I personally am more of a physical Spirit Box person, but I also understand that there are, and I'm happy to hear that. But I also know I'm a different generation as well. Literally, a different generation. So if people are getting something out of it and they're getting the intelligent responses, that's good.
Right.
I like about the radio Spirit Box is that you can't really mess with that. You can't implant. Not saying anyone is, but I can understand why people might be a little bit like, well, it's it's an app. Who knows what's put into the app? Whereas like, I just know that this SB7 is a radio, a Shack Hack is a radio.
Mhm.
And I just feel like that there is much to be said about that. And I had an interview with Gary Galka, who created the SB7, and when I got into it, all the people around me were removing the antennas off the Spirit Box.
Wow.
And they're like, oh, because it just interferes and stuff. And I never did, because I'm like, I don't think that's how that works.
Right.
Gary was on my show, and I'm like, what about the antenna? People are removing the antenna. He's like, no, they should be left in, because that's what you use. You got to put it up to get, and I never put mine up, but that's what you get. You want to be close to a radio station. You want to be close to have, maybe bring in signals. Right. He's like, no, you definitely want to have the antenna on your Spirit Box. And I just like, all you people thought you knew what you're doing, and you didn't even so.
Shame on all you doubters.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool though.
what got my husband believing in the SB7s and stuff, we've been places that you can't even get radio stations.
Yeah.
And you're hearing voices come through and answering him, because this one, this lady got killed in a car accident. And he looked it up, and she was telling the truth on the app, but not app, the SB7. And even when we tried to go forward to get a radio station, even an AM, nothing at all.
Absolutely.
So,
Yep.
I got a lot of responses through the box when I was at Villisca, and there is no power at Villisca. There is no nothing at Villisca. It's just absolutely a dead spot. And we were getting a lot. Do you want to hear one from Villisca?
of course.
Like, yeah.
Don't twist. Yeah, he's twisting our arms. Yes, we will listen.
Let's see here. All right, I call this one The Name. And what this is we were upstairs in the parents' room, and it was a wild night already, and I kept hearing my name, and I kept wanting to find out who is trying to talk to us. So the clip is going to start off with someone saying Greg, and you're going to hear me say, and it doesn't sound like it's through the box. So you're going to hear me say, and I'm talking to the people with me. I'm like, did somebody say my name? The spirit box responds, says, I did. Oh. And then I said, well, you know my name. What is your name? And it gives the name. And it'll take a couple probably times to play it, but here it is.
Greg? What?
You know my name? You said my name. What is your name?
What?
Yeah, some pissed off spirit.
Right?
I'm sorry.
Right. What you don't hear is me going off on it afterwards, because it's just almost embarrassing about how over the top I get, saying you're not Satan, you're not, but
Yeah.
But I think it's a fantastic piece. May I play it again?
Yes.
Yeah, please do. Please play it multiple times.
Greg? What?
You know my name? You said my name. What is your name?
Now I know other people would go over the top. They'd be like, "Oh, we gotta turn the box off. Satan just came through. Oh my god,
it was a demon!"
Right? It was such a crazy night there, though, and not a good one. Not a good night at all. There's so many bad things happened to us that night, including tires on the car blowing out on the way home.
Hold on.
Did you see that?
No. I know somebody who did the Villisca house and some other house. They're kind of a couple hours from each other, but their tire blew out and they had to park on the side of the highway. It was like 4 a.m. And then a truck came by and fucking hit them. Yeah. But they survived it.
Before you mentioned the coincidence, your camera like you went out and in for a split second.
Not surprised. Well, they're here. I mean, not. I don't know what's here, but there's always somebody here. We haven't had interference in a long time. That's interesting. Yeah, that was. I mean, it's really weird because we had a lot of. Probably what we'd consider now pareidoia, but at the time we were so freaked out because we were going. Villisca has like another room. Or another house, excuse me, that is like where you go to take breaks. It has electricity in there. It has a bathroom. Right. And we were going through there, and the person who was taking pictures of the house, every window had a face in it. Oh, wow. And it was like, now I'd be like, okay, that's pareidoia. At the time, which was, 10 years ago, I was like, oh my God, like it felt like if we left, we were going to die. And that's scary. It's like it felt like there was no escape from Villisca that first night.
Greg, you're freezing up when you're talking about that.
I'm telling you, we're
surprised.
Getting some stuff going on.
Probably. Do I have any equipment in here with me? I don't think so.
And then your dog started to bark.
You guys
and-
are seeing
Yeah,
that. He's actually my dogs are like in there barking. Both of them are kind of freaking out right now.
Yeah, I heard the dogs. So yeah,
Wow.
should we hear another Velisca?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're on the. This one is hard to hear. I mean, it's not hard for me. It's very clear to me, and I say it's hard because there's people who are just like, I do not hear this at all.
Yeah.
So what you're gonna what I
See?
hear? Did I freeze?
Yeah. Yes, you're free, or you're not.
Bitch, you come in and out.
Yes, and your voice isn't lining up with your mouth.
Interesting.
That's
interesting. This is Spirit is saying. What I get from it is 6 people killed. Okay.
okay.
This is just see if you're hearing that now. Of course, I'm putting it in your head, but some people
Right.
don't hear it. But here it is. You gotta
Oh,
play.
I gotta hit play. I'm like trying to listen. The fuck? What am I thinking? God damn it.
We're still looking for a name. Give us a name. Six people killed. That's what this just said.
6 people killed.
Killed. Now, did you hear it that time?
I
Was there
did.
any- Okay, so I know the history of Velisca. So I'm pretty sure it is what I think. But y'all didn't have any kids with y'all, right?
No, I don't. No,
Because you
not
can
there.
hear a little girl, like in very faint at the very beginning before he said 6 people killed. You can hear a little girl kind of like humming or something just right there.
I think I heard that. Play that again, because I wasn't.
Sure.
I think
And
you're right.
and when you listen to it, think about this. There's something horribly inaccurate about what's being said. So here you go.
I heard your voice say yes.
We're still looking for a name. Give us a name. Six people killed. That's what this just said.
6 people killed.
Killed.
I'm hearing still other stuff, like, and there's
Wait,
more.
what?
And then there was
No.
something else.
I hear 6 people killed and then something slow.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, play it again.
Here you go. We're still looking for a name. Give us a name. Six people killed. That's what this just said.
More?
Killed.
So what I heard was 6 people killed, and then it goes nice and slow.
Interesting.
See,
I'll have. What
ahead.
were you
I
gonna
was
say?
just gonna say, I hear. I'm just like Heather. I'm hearing other voices and other things in there
Do you-
too.
Do you notice that every time we play it, it becomes clear?
Yeah.
Like it's kind of creepy that it's all becoming a lot clearer. And here's the thing about Velisca: 6 people were not killed; 8 people were killed.
See, I heard and more. There was another voice that said and more. I don't know if you guys heard that right after it. It was a male voice and more.
What I used to
Play
hear
it
on,
again.
sure, and what I used to hear on this, and I don't anymore, is that it keeps repeating 6 people killed. Like it just kind of keeps
On a
going
loop?
into itself. So yeah, here we go. Let's play it again. We're still looking for a name. Give us a name. 6 people killed. That's what
There's
this
more.
just said.
6 people killed.
And there's more. Seems like it's not like, it doesn't seem a spirit box.
Mm-mm.
It's not the same voice that says 6 people killed, which is actually like
No, it's
a
not.
unison,
it's
like
not.
multiple people saying it at once.
Yeah. So I heard there's more.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Well, I did certainly hear more. Really listening for it. It's interesting. It's really interesting because that's not the same voice that said 6 people killed. So it's like, is it like the mother or something saying? And there's more.
Well,
Mhm.
and then just at the end before it shuts off, you hear a female voice. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
That might be Vicky who is with us. Let me get there and just kind of see. Killed.
Nope.
I mean,
That's in the box. Well, I don't know her voice, but that sounds like it's coming from the box.
let me just play it one more time. Just said
6 people killed.
Interesting.
I can hear her voice say it, and then at the end, there's another female in the box. But I hear if she was only one female there, I heard her talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so much. There's so much at this place.
That's amazing.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
Any more?
Hey,
you
there's
wanna
my
do?
nephew. Hey, Token.
See, even he said it sounds like there's multiple voices.
Well,
And
there totally is.
someone else in the comments that they also heard little kids as well. That is
Yep.
just, wow.
That's one of those things
That's
where
awesome.
you need a multitude of people to sit there and listen, and because everybody hears different
Different things.
tones.
Yep.
You know, and
When I heard that, I mean, because you could hear, I heard it live because I said to them, it
Yeah.
said 6 people killed. If you hear me, listen to me, you could probably tell I'm getting sick to my stomach. Like I went there not to really investigate. I went there to just take part and watch how these people are doing it, which they didn't know what they're doing. And next thing I know, I'm running the equipment and I'm getting attacked there because
Wow.
they are coming after me. And so like I'm just there to check things out, and I turn on my spirit box and it's like 6 people killed. I'm like, oh my God, you know, I mean, it's like
Yeah,
I'm
That's crazy.
sorry, you know, I just wanted to get away for a weekend. So yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, it
there's
was,
a lot that
There's a lot.
It
Yeah,
is-
there's a lot
they
that
want
happened.
to tell the story. They're just like,
oh yeah,
yapping away.
no, that place.
Holy
I mean,
shit.
I saw my first shadow person there.
Wow.
And
What a place, man.
I never understood what it was like to go into a room that didn't want you there until we were at Villisca, and we decided at 2:33 in the morning we're going to go up and check out who was up there. And going up there just felt like you're walking in soup. You know, it's just so thick, just so
The
nasty,
heaviness and
heaviness, very much so. And
Is there like an odor too, like a smell? I'm picturing a musty.
well, I mean, it's a
It smells
musty place
musty.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, but it's interesting too because when we're going up there, and after all this that you just heard, we retreated with our tails between our legs.
Oh, well,
We got the hell out of there. We went back downstairs, and we're sitting there trying to figure out what the hell do we do because we are now in a nightmare, and we
Right.
could hear upstairs people walking around, and it was so frightening.
What was that noise?
That was a car in the background. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. I was like, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
So have you ever gone back to that house or?
I went with different people. I went with Shar and her wife to coming up on 2 years ago in October, and nothing happened. Not a
I was
thing.
going to say, do you feel depending on the people you hang around with, the energy they bring, they can bring out different energies in a place?
I think there's something to that. When we went out in 2014, Vicky, who was running the investigation, she was just like, let's get them going. Let's get them out there. You know, she is like, you know, let's do a little bit of, you know, poking on them and stuff, which I didn't want to do, and I didn't do, but she did. Shar has a much more frightening story about her Villisca trip, and she's been there about 12 times or something like that.
Wow.
So, you know, it was, not to toot our own horn, but I think it didn't do anything because of the two of us and what we bring, especially when we're together. I think it was just like, nope. So yeah,
I agree with
absolutely.
that. There's a place that's sadly closing here in Floresville, but it's a place called Fluff's White House. And I have a buddy who he's gone separately by himself with some other friends. Then he went with me and some of my friends. Well, when he went with me and my friend, one of my friends spoke German. And so he asked the spirit in German, "Are you there?" And through the spirit box in clear German, we got responses back. And he was
Wow.
like, "I've been here so many times and I've never heard that." And I think it's right. It depends on who you go with and what you bring with you to the investigations. That's going to change everything.
Absolutely, 100%. I have been to the Queen Mary. I've been able to investigate parts of it. The area I wanted to investigate, I couldn't get into, and that was the pool. But still, it was, I mean, what energy. And, you know, I feel when spirits are trying to reach out to me, there's pressure on my head, and my head was just
That's funny you're
so,
saying that, 'cause I was just feeling it
Right
right
here,
when
like,
you said that. Yeah, the third eye. Okay.
yeah,
Wow.
it's incredible. And what a beautiful place. And the thing about the Queen Mary too is when you're going down the passenger hallways, you can't see the other side. You know, you're going because it kind of arcs a little bit, bows a little bit,
Right.
and so you can't see if like what's waiting for you. Not that there's anything nasty there, but it is like, I don't know what's going on, you know, especially if you're on one end and you're hearing something and it's like, all right, I need to go down and see what's making that noise. And it's like, but I can't really see, I can't get a good line of sight. So yeah, I would love to go back to the Queen Mary. It's such a beautiful place. It's such a incredible location. It's very cool. Yes.
That's a place I want to go. That's on one of my bucket lists.
Yeah. No, it's so worth it. Even if it's just for a tour, you know. And when I was there, they were promoting the Winston Churchill film. That was a big
Wow.
at that time. So that was, they had like props and stuff from the film in one of the areas. So yeah, it was really cool. It was really neat. I'm glad I went down there. I've also been like I've been to Tombstone. I've been to why can't I think of it? The Birdcage Theater.
Yo.
I investigated the Birdcage, and it was part of a tour, and they wouldn't let me bring in my spirit box. They looked at it like Ouija board, so they were like,
Ooh.
nope,
The
you
lady
can't
that
use-"
was in here earlier, she's in charge of the Paracon there at Tombstone. One of the people in charge.
Okay, yeah,
I can't think of her name at the moment, but yeah.
and well, we investigated two places, China Mary's house, which was a friend of a friend who ran the shop that was in there, so we were able to investigate there and got outstanding results. Then we went to the Birdcage, who there we were sitting there watching, and the tour guide at first, she was talking and we were watching her, and she had a big bow on the back of her dress, and we were just sitting there watching her bow get untied. Like it just was being untied, and she's just like, did anyone know, did I like get snagged on something? Or like, no, we just watched it get untied.
Wow.
And we were with people who don't investigate, which is fine, but we were getting disembodied voices, and so people were talking and part of the tour, and I just raised my hand and I said, can you hear generally when people are outside the theater, like can you hear voices of people conversing? And she's like, no. I said, well, is anyone else picking up the voices that are in here? Because there are voices that are happening here.
Right.
And so we were able to do something, and the person I was with, she was able to pick up Big Minnie. And Big Minnie was the wife of, she was co-owner of the Birdcage Theater, and she was renowned for treating the prostitutes at the birdcage with respect, like making
Mhm.
sure that they were always clean, that they were given food, that they were not, that whatever was they signed up to do, that was all that was going to happen, that they were, I mean, your regards on, whether you think that's a right thing to do or not are almost irrelevant, in the sense that she made sure, though, that they were not beaten, not because things could go horribly wrong in those situations.
Right.
So picked up Big Minnie there, and a year later, Big Minnie came through to me through Spirit Box, and I just, because I was talking about the birdcage, and then I brought up Big Minnie, and she came through, and I had been able to bring her through a couple times, and I said to her, "Do you prefer if I just call you Minnie instead
Hey,
of
can I
Big?"
ask you why are your lights flickering back there? And those are fake candles, aren't they?
They're fake candles.
But why are they flickering? Do you guys see that?
Because they're fake candles. They're meant to look
Oh,
like
they're meant
flame.
to. Okay. I'm just like going, okay.
So
I'm like, go ahead.
so the thing is, it's like, do you prefer to be called Minnie instead of Big Minnie? And she's like, yes, Minnie, through the Spirit Box, which is really cool. Birdcage Theater is a very historic place in Tombstone. The big part about Tombstone was the copper. I don't remember, of silver as well, mining. And once that all dried up in Tombstone, literally that place became no pun intended, a ghost town overnight.
Yeah.
And the Birdcage was a theater that had a lot of vaudevillian, a lot of acts there, but they also had a lot of women of certain qualities.
My favorite kind of women. Ow!
Yeah. And so and also Tombstone had a huge Chinese working force there, and that was all ran by China Mary. So when Birdcage closed, they literally closed like in the 1890 something, and everything that was in there, they just left. They locked the doors and left, and everyone forgot about it. And then in 1930 something, like 1932. Someone opened up the Birdcage to realize that all of this stuff was still in there, and from that point, it became a place of just a good place for tourism and stuff.
Mhm.
And then over time, talking about spirits and stuff, and a lot of haunted stuff happening at the Birdcage, and so they do tours and stuff there. Some people are able to get private investigations and whatnot. I am not that person, but I was happy to be able to get there for a little bit, and it was really cool to be a part of that. But then over at China Mary's house, we were able to get her through the Spirit Box, because we could pick up right away that China Mary is a very shrewd businesswoman. Money was very important to her. Success was very important to her. She was one of the richest Chinese Americans at that time ever. And if you crossed her, if you're Chinese and you crossed her, you would not get work. You would be completely screwed. She would send out word that this person is not meant, should not be employed. So she held a lot of power. And so our friend who was there, Graham, who was there, he owned the store, but we were just like through Spirit Box, we're basically like, China Mary, is Graham basically renting the store from you, renting your house from you? And she's like, yeah. And so it's like, do you want some money every month from him? She's like, yes. And we were just getting great responses from her, and it was just a lot of fun. And Graham ended up every month not giving money, but doing like a tribute, like giving some kind of tribute to her in her name every month, as if he was renting from her, that she's still the boss. And I thought that was really important.
Hey, I just got a message. Can we send some prayers out? Howard's been in the emergency room all day.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Don't know why yet, but so he won't be able to show up for Unholy. So yeah, I just got that like
Howard, man.
20 minutes ago. So you guys
I'm sorry to hear
definitely have Jackie and Howard in your thoughts, and I just asked what's going on, but she hasn't responded back. So yeah, you guys, Howard's a big part of this community too, and please send some prayers out for him.
Absolutely.
Damn, that you fucker. I gotta go kick his ass. It's like you're not taking
Right?
care of yourself. But
Get
yeah,
out of the emergency room. You're fine. No,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, and hold on. Who else sent me a message? Oh, let's. Oops, dang it. Okay. Oh, Greg's saying. The other Greg's saying. What did he say? I just lost it. Something about you guys have a great show. Thank you, Greg. If you're lurking again. But,
Lurker?
yeah. Greg Cause.
yep.
Great show, Emmy and Sid. You guys rock. So
Hey.
thanks, Greg. I don't know why he's not typing. If he's typing, I didn't see him. So
Greg is famous for when I'm doing my spirit box sessions that he's asking me questions in chat, like not chat, but like messenger, and not about the spirit box session. It's about like, hey, are you going to come on my show this week? And I'm like, Greg, I'm doing, you know, you're taking me out of the groove here with, yes, we can talk afterwards. And then, yeah, so I noticed he didn't
Greg's a
say I'm
great
doing a
guy.
good job on the show. He just mentioned you two. What the hell's wrong with them?
He's probably starstruck.
maybe he's mad at you. Greg, if you're in here, please type. But you know, Greg, you got to get on the show with Greg.
Greg and
Otherwise,
Greg
he's
got
going to
this
cry. I know.
He has a show on at a time. I can't do it currently.
Actually, yeah. Right now,
I
though,
would
he's
love to
not
see
doing
what
any
he's
shows
doing
because, like the spirit box, you know, like you were saying, kind of got to him. You know, and he'd been sick, so his health, you know, is more important, and so
Yes,
that's
it
why
is.
things are on hold right now. With that too.
Very much so.
And that's totally
But I
okay.
know he wants you to be on the show, you know, at least once a month or something if you could, because it again, it would be an honor to work with you on there and stuff. Yeah,
He has to move the
we'll
time.
figure it out. We'll figure out the time. We'll get you
I
up
don't
there
have to tell
somehow,
ya.
whether it's like an hour or something. I know because you are a very busy guy and stuff.
It just, you know, like with this, you know, we'll be off in a little bit, and I'll start getting ready for my show. Like Adam is at the station now, prepping and whatnot. So it's like, you know, it's and doing his show, doing Greg's show, it ends up being, because there's so much, like we have to give equal time to the spirit box sessions and then go
Right.
through everything. So it just inevitably, if I were to do it at that time, I'm going to be missing out on some of it, and it just seems unfortunate. It doesn't seem quite right to only be there for not all of it. So you're right. We'll figure out. I'm sure we'll get something figured out.
I had mentioned to him too, maybe he might do it this time where, you know, when we do the spirit box sessions and the Estes and stuff like that, instead of going over it after the show, dedicate the next week with that,
That's
or, you know, the following week. You know, that way you're kind of taking a break in between, but then you have the time to go over, listen to it, because I like to go back and rewatch the show because it's crazy how when I'm talking and then the other person's talking, the spirits, they start talking with each other as like, holy shit, you know, they interact or whatever. So I think that'd be a good thing.
I think that's a good idea. My main concern also is I don't want to ruin his rhythm with doing the show, because he knows that I need to get out at a certain point too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, like I
Yeah.
just want to make sure, because he's very accommodating to me. Everyone's very accommodating to me, but I don't want to upset the rhythm of a good show because, you know, oh, Greg has to leave. You know, I want to make sure that everything is working. You know, that everything is good. That he's feeling like he's getting the show out the way that he wants to, because he's meticulous with what he does, and he's you know, his show deserves respect from all the people who are on it as well. So yeah, I broke you all again, didn't I? I have sound effects too. Did you? It's really
Yeah, I
kind
was like, but actually my brain just breaks like that every now and then. It's just like,
of
huh?
if I say something wrong, just do this and we're good to go. So,
Oh, hell no.
there we are. So.
we can start doing this button playing shit. Awesome show, y'all. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. I thought that said buttock, but it's Lubbock.
You wish it said buttock, but
I know, right?
I'm getting ready for
See, I
Unholy
can't
Trinity.
read. What? Are we going to do Unholy tonight, or?
That's your
We'll
call.
talk about
Boss.
that. I want to find out. Let me see if she's messaged me back. I want to find out what's going on with Howard because it's kind of hard to do a show when you find out the owner, one of the owners, is in the hospital, and it just
It doesn't. It's not the same.
no. And
Like you said,
what
he's
was
a
it?
big part of it.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, his coloring didn't look all that well too, and I'd said something to him.
Mhm.
So I know he's been a busy man.
His
and,
what?
Coloring.
Oh, I thought you said colon. I'm like, how the you know that? No, like,
Well, you know,
he's
some
sharing some
pictures.
very personal information with you. I don't, or hopefully it's sharing the information. You're not seeing it firsthand. So,
Thank God. Because he's all about the toilet and stuff.
I'm like,
Shit, we
yeah, I
still got
know,
almost
right?
30
So I'm
people
just
in
like,
the house.
wow.
Thank you guys. You guys have all been amazing. And even if we don't do the show tonight, I think we can go over and watch your show and bring everybody over and stuff. I mean,
well,
we did Unholy last week, and we could just take a break because this has been an amazing show. And thank you. We're going on 3.5 hours, and
thank you so much.
It's been a nonstop session. Just
plenty of recordings we haven't got to yet. That's all I know.
I know.
Let's go. Let's listen to more. I mean,
we can get one or two more in before I head out. Yeah, come on over and talk to us about what just tell us what you want to talk about. Tell us what you want to hear. If you want to go on more. And yeah, I am a chatterbox. I'm not gonna lie. It's this microphone. Let's see if there's something good here. Now that I bigged myself up, and I'll be like, okay. Let's see here.
but
this
we
one
definitely want to have you on the show again.
Yeah, I'd love to. Now, this one is at a place called the Soap Factory in St. Anthony, Maine. We were shooting for our old web series that we had done a long time ago now, but we were shooting during the early part of the evening, just interviews. I had my friend with me. Like I said, my background is in production, video production, worked on commercials and stuff for my whole career at that point. And good friend of mine, he was shooting, and he was with us, and we just did, as it goes. It's almost like a band when you all get band members together and you're all like, well, we have instruments, let's play a little bit, even though that's not what we're together for. So we did the interviews, and it's like, well, I got my Spirit Box, and it was a Shack Hack. It wasn't my SB7, and we turned it on, and we started to get information right away. We're down in what's called the Haunted Basement. I mean, the whole place is haunted, but there used to be an attraction there called the Haunted Basement every October. And we were sitting down there, and something dark runs through our legs. And it wasn't like dark, like evil. It was like, I think that's a dog. I feel like it's a dog. So I asked the question through Spirit Box, is somebody's dog here? And we get a response. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to let you all tell me what it says. I am pretty 100% certain of what the response is. Not everyone hears it the same way, but I think the one thing you can agree on is that there is a response. So here you go. You just need to hit play again.
Is somebody's dog here?
That's my dog.
That's my dog. Here we go.
Is somebody's dog here?
That's my dog.
I hear hi, and then that's my dog.
Do you hear hi? Let's.
Is somebody's dog here?
Interesting. Someone said to me once, I don't hear that's my dog. And I was like, that's cool. They said, I think it said that's my frog. I'm like, no, that's a
Yeah,
that's not what was said there. But whatever. I mean, I'm also not part of the group that's going to start telling people what they did and didn't hear. But it was like, yeah, no, I don't think that's my frog. That's my dog. Oh, it's funny. That's Linda Judd says it sounds like Ryan Headley from Myth or Mystery saying that's my dog. It does kind of sound like him.
It does sound like him.
The best part of it is that we were getting a lot of responses that night, and we're all having a great time. And then I realized Bill, who was shooting all this, he's never been in involved in one of these before. So I just like we're all having a good time, and I look over at Bill, and he's just like, I'm like, Bill, are you okay? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, sorry, I just didn't. We didn't really. We just kind of got it, and it's nothing dark or bad or anything. It's just like, yeah, we're just we're getting some cool responses, and it's just like it was a lot for him, and you forget that sometimes because it's so familiar to most of us. So yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, so funny how you were talking about Ernie and Denise, because I reached out to them the other day and stuff, and so August 16th, you guys were going to have Ernie and Denise on the show.
On August 16th?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll have to not be around.
He said run and hide.
Ernie and I, we joke a lot towards each other. He actually called in last Friday and was being hilarious, and that's fine. He could be as funny as he thinks he is, but yeah, it was.
You mean Ernie was being Ernie?
Ernie was being Ernie, and but it's fun. I'm hoping to see them soon in September. It'll be nice to hopefully get out and see them. I haven't been out that way in a long time.
I definitely want to check out their place and stuff.
Same.
And, the Ditto House is, first of all, everything that those two are talking about, there isn't any sort of bigging it up. What they say is what it is. There is no like, oh, you're exaggerating, you're this, you're that. No, it's not. It's 100% authentic, and they're not really big into documenting because they don't feel they need to. But at the Ditto House, we got stuff I've never seen before, and we were staying there. At Fort Duffield, we got stuff we've never seen before.
Wow.
And then they're telling a story, and I'm not going to tell the whole thing because I don't even remember the whole thing. But there was some sort of story that they were telling somebody that they shouldn't be getting the spirits angry and stuff. But they kept doing it, and suddenly, next thing you know, that this woman who kept doing it, she was pretty much being picked up and like thrown up and down on the ground, like those ropes, when you do that to the ropes. And I'm thinking they say a lot of stuff that is like unbelievable, but they're able to back it up. But this one is a little bit harder for me to believe. And then Denise is like, "Do you want to see video of it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do actually." And she showed Sharon and I video. And sure enough, there's this woman that's just being like thrown up and down.
Oh my god!
And it's like, yeah, the stuff that they're saying, there is nothing but being able to it's all real, it's all legit.
Yeah.
They're 100% the real deal.
So Ernie, you don't need to tell us that story now, okay? Greg just took your spotlight.
I'll tell you. It's in your best interest if I tell the stories, quite frankly, because it takes them about a good 40 minutes to tell a story. It's it's amazing. It's like time doesn't really affect him the way it affects you.
I know you're gonna build that up.
It's just very much like and even Denise, like, are you gonna finish that story? It's just like we're all like, come on. It's only a 3-hour show, Ernie, and you're still setting it up, So you gotta be careful with that one. He's something. But make sure you bring up his favorite character of all time, and that's Smokey the Bear. He loves Smokey the Bear, so you want to make sure that you talk to him about it. It's some sort of weird bromance, I think, with
That's
Smokey
funny.
the Bear.
I got Smokey the Bear in my camper, like a real.
Yeah. No, he's all about it.
Bear.
He's all about.
And since you brought up Smokey the Bear, here in Oregon, we've got a lot of forest fires going on right now.
Sure.
And in Bend, my husband just came out and told me it's at level 3, so it's almost to evacuation and stuff like that. So if you guys can send prayers, I've got one of my sons live out there, and so send some prayers over there because these fires, they've been horrible this year, and
Yeah.
I've been in the Portland area, and the smoke is affecting us over here too. So yeah, so we got a couple prayers out. Go to Howard, and then oh, it's a go now alert. Oh
Oh
shit. Okay,
boy.
there's my husband.
That's
Go
that's
now
serious.
alert.
That's really, really serious.
Oof. And they're in Bend, Central Oregon. It's very dry,
Yeah.
very dry. It's high desert, and
Mhm.
yeah. So yeah, you guys, Canada's having a lot of fires too. It's just been crazy this year. Lots of places that you wouldn't even think, and like up there in Canada.
Wow.
Wow. So yeah, I appreciate the prayer, especially because my son's over there.
Absolutely.
But
Oh goodness. And it's that time of year, isn't it? Where it just, I mean, and
yeah,
then there's that California one that was actually started by someone with their mom's burning car that they pushed into a ravine or whatever it was, and it just like, come on. I don't know if what that was, but people have died because of it. Houses, property,
mhm.
everything. It's just horrible. So it's too bad. It sucks, and I'm hoping that your son and everyone around there
Thank
is
you.
safe and well, and that there's no damage. I mean, it's horrible, horrible, horrible. Uh,
We want the rain here, but with the rain comes a wind, and then you know how that is. That just fuels the shit right back up, and
right, and rain really, it might help, but it doesn't stop it, does it? And the
no.
rain or the wind, absolutely horrible, horrible,
Yes, a
horrible.
tropical storm over there in Florida too. Prayers for our friends over in Florida. Just it's like some weird shit. Yeah, California too, Northern California. It's
Yep,
been really freaking crazy, and prayers to everyone. I can't
absolutely,
explain why it's so much has been happening like that.
absolutely.
Wow.
Oh, goodness.
See, now I broke myself.
Well, I mean, because it's serious. That's the thing. It's
It is.
very
It really
serious,
is. And
a lot of us we read this and stuff, but until it's somebody that you are close to or
yeah.
that is affected or affects you, it's not always easy to kind of put yourself into that situation until you're forced to be.
And also what a lot of people, I mean, if I say a lot of people, I mean people that aren't used to like forest fires.
Yep.
Forest fires can actually jump roads
Yeah,
and
sure
stuff,
can.
and that's what's scary, because the wind picks up and a twig's going to jump the road or roll across the road, and so they're shutting down all these roads too, and not not that many ways into one place, especially out here in the country. Sometimes you got to go off road just to get out, but that's the other scary part too, is these fires can follow you and chase you, and
Yes.
so yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I've only seen it. I've not thankfully, I've never come face to face with something like that, but absolutely. Absolutely. And there's, I'm thinking about even like in my area, blizzards and stuff, where there are moments where you don't think that you're in a situation that's dangerous. And next thing you know, you are in a very
Yeah.
dangerous situation that just popped up out of nowhere. And it's scary.
And not just fires, like let's say, what is that with when it rains and all that flash floods?
Oh, yeah,
Those are just as scary too. So it's like depending on where you are in the United States, there's always some danger factor out there you got to be careful of.
totally. Absolutely. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Yeah.
Dang. Kind of gets you choked up.
Yeah, yeah,
So
because it's
yeah.
yeah. Well, like I said, I pray that your son and everyone in that area, and just everyone in general, but yeah, that everyone's safe and that they're able to get through it. Yeah. Wow.
I appreciate that. What she say? Someone said let's use radar or lidar on 2 hills to find triangulate fires. Huh?
I mean, I don't know if that's like trying to be strategic on like how you can, because some people, I mean, if it's like setting fire to stop fire. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that everybody. I feel like that there is really no. If they don't have a way to do it right now, that there isn't a good way to stop them. You know what I
No,
mean? Because they've had enough time to kind of figure it out. I think.
Tracy's the one that's in Tombstone. Welcome back, Tracy. Yeah, they're the ones that put on the Paracon. But yeah, when I was younger, I actually worked for the Forest Service and stuff, and it was kind of a hard thing to go out there. We were digging trenches, but then when we realized, I mean, that was like 30 years ago, over 30 years ago. But even digging those trenches to try to help maintain it, it doesn't work. They've realized because, like I said, the fires jump it and
doesn't stop it.
Yeah.
It's too bad. That's too bad.
Oh, she's like, I'm here, just quiet.
Well, she also said her property caught fire like 2 months ago when it jumped the road. That's
Wow.
bad. That's scary stuff. That's scary stuff. Wow.
Over here, a kid, God, what was it, like 5 years ago or something? A lot of you may know Multnomah Falls. It's one of the big iconic waterfalls here in Oregon, a tourist spot and stuff like that. There was a kid that actually decided to light firecrackers off in the ravine area.
Oh, geez.
And it literally shut down I-84. It shut down. They had fire trucks there hosing down the lodge because they were trying to keep that from catching on fire. And because that's an iconic place, and they literally had it shut down for a couple of years. Nobody can go there, walk the trails or anything because how the land was so destroyed because of this kid. And the state went after the parents, obviously, but a firecracker burned thousands of acres, and even places with swimming holes where beautiful swimming holes that you still can't go in there because the logs are still unstable there.
Absolutely.
So it causes a lot of hectic, and I don't know. Stuff like that really pisses me off.
Absolutely.
Don't throw firecrackers out in the fucking ravine. And
No kidding, right?
yeah. Oh my God.
Oh. Well, if that.
For your information, I'm working more in Vulture City nowadays. Okay. But you're still part of the Paracon there, right, in Tombstone? Because I know next year I got to go to it because, the whole Paralinks and stuff. I was going to go to it this year, but I ended up going to Pennhurst. But yeah, I hope she's still going to be working with it. It would be their third year. And
oh, nice. I'm thinking about going out to Tombstone with a buddy next year, not necessarily for a convention, but we were thinking about going out there and checking it out, being back out there again. The vibe of that place is fantastic. I love being out there. It's so
nice.
Good.
Rick McCollum goes there a lot too. Do you know
Yeah.
Rick McCollum? Yeah, he goes there a lot. I've had him on the show a couple times.
I see him.
There is no next year for City doing Paracon. Oh no, how come? What? I hope it wasn't a bad experience this year. 'Cause I know they were doing good. The first year they did amazing. Gosh.
Is it because I said I was
Fire-
going to maybe go out there next year? Is that
Damn it, Greg.
right? I ruin everything. I ruin everything for everybody. I probably should get going to get ready for my show. I'm just gonna say it's not that I have a lot to do, but I need to check in with Adam and everything else over there too.
No, yeah, definitely.
But I would otherwise I would still be on for another 2 hours or so.
I know. We're gonna have to set it like an earlier time and have you come on and stuff because we definitely want to have you back.
Thank you.
There's so much we could talk about.
I want to hear some more of those EVPs.
Yeah,
I
we
know,
got
right?
some more. There's plenty more where that came from.
Oh yes. You know what? Greg, hit me up. Okay, here you go. Look at that. Greg, hit me up if you go.
Oh.
There's a small place there that are very interesting, and this year was super duper bad. Oh no. Okay. So I have her information, or you can follow Greg if somebody's in here can drop his Facebook thing again. Yeah, definitely. That there you go. See?
I think I just sent her a friend request.
Okay, that's
I think
awesome.
I think that's how that worked. So yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, I see. Because that's right. Richard Estep was out there last year, who is going to be on my show, hopefully in the middle of this month. So yes, awesome,
Nice.
very cool. Yeah, I'd love to be back on. If you're bored, give us a call during my show. Say hi. Of course, we can't do the swearing like you both horribly did throughout the entirety of this show, but you know that's fine. No judgment.
Shame on
Just,
us.
just,
Damn it at me.
Yeah,
just an FCC fact. That's all that is. So,
that's okay. I wouldn't cuss on your show. It's just me. I slipped.
well,
up,
that's
but
what that's what Adam. One of the things Adam will do. He'll hit the button. So, Richard's also an amazing author, obviously too. So yeah, if anyone who wants to call in the next show and say hi, or if there's something you want to talk about, please do so. I'm going to be on in what's that looks like 17 minutes.
Okay,
Well,
awesome.
10:05.
And you're gonna have the numbers scrolling across, and
I do.
Okay, we'll definitely have people come over there. We'll keep these people going.
Absolutely.
Wait, Greg, are you going to pre-record again?
I'm not and when I don't know, but tonight is live.
Okay.
Tonight is live as God wants it to be. So
live. Get out of here, Greg. I don't want to be rude or nothing, but you got a show.
You got a show. Third time's a ticket.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For being
I mean,
on.
I didn't know if you're ending or I just leave. I don't know what's going on around
You
here.
can leave because I want to keep these people
Okay.
entertained till you go live, and then we'll come on over and be like, you know,
push them all your way.
Yeah.
You're like, they don't got to stay. They don't got to stay here, but they got to get the fuck out of our show and go to your show.
Right. You can't go home. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. That's all.
Exactly.
Yeah. All righty. All right. Thank you for having me on. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
We'll be over there. Get out of here so we can talk about you. No, you guys. Again, I can't specify this enough. We're not leaving yet, Linda. For fuck's sakes. Jeez, you think it's break leave now? Everybody's going to leave. Everybody is leaving. We got 17 people in the house now.
Quick, we're leaving to go see Greg. Bye, 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 bye.
They did.
They said these bitches are boring.
Everyone's leaving us. But oh my God, we definitely have to have him back on the show.
Dude, yes.
That was the quietest I've ever heard you speak.
Well, I was into it, and then my kid, I don't know, something scared him, and he came from his room, and he said, "Mom, I don't want to be in the dark." And I said, "Okay, well, sit down next to me." So
that's crazy. When did that happen?
Like literally 5 minutes ago, when y'all started talking about fires. That's him in the background.
Oh, poor baby.
Yeah.
You just muted yourself, just to let you know.
Yeah, I know. No, there was like those EVPs or something. Like I thought the first one he sent was good about the Ouija board and the 666 number.
Mm-hmm.
But the more he played, the more I was just like blown away. Like, wow.
How long was he in his room? Because before we were talking about the forest fires, it was the Velisca house.
He stayed in there until we got to. So when he came out of his room to over here was when he was playing about the dog.
The dog?
Yeah. That's when he came. And he came up to me and he goes, "Mom, I love you." And I said, "I love you too." And then he looked really sad. And I said, "What's wrong, Bubba?" He said, "I don't want to be in my room." I said, "Why?" He goes, "I don't like the dark." And he's been sleeping in his room for the past couple of days fine.
And Greg's camera was glitching. Weird shit was happening. The dogs. See, you guys, I'm telling you, you can't make this shit up. Like, wow.
He's playing a game on his phone, but he's also watching YouTube on his phone at the same time. So that's what that noise is in the background.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
But yeah, no, like it was weird just how everything started to fall in that order. It's like, that's weird.
Wow. Oh. So Tracy, you're gonna have to send me a message. I'm curious to what the hell happened.
I was just about to say the same thing. I want to know what happened because, I mean, it takes a lot for Paracon to stop going on.
And this was their second year, and I know their first year was just booming. So I don't know how super bad that got. Come on, Tracy. You know what? I'm gonna send you a message so you don't forget. I'm just. How could that? Wow. Hold on.
Now you want some cake, Joanne? Go get some cake, Joanne. Yeah, that's wow. Has have they gotten back to you about Howard yet?
No, not yet. Tracy, I sent you a message. I don't have to read it out loud on here, but
she said legally Joanne said she legally can't go get cake.
Phone call on that. Bring popcorn. Oh, okay. How about this? How about when we end this, we'll bring you into this call. Unless you want to join now. Oh my gosh. Do you want to come up?
We need the weed. So Howard Petrie is in the hospital. We don't know what's wrong with Papa Howard. We're waiting to hear back to know what happened to him. So keep him in your prayers, Joanne.
Yeah, we're just.
I will BRB, entertain everybody.
Wow. It's just been a crazy fucking year. I'm telling you. Oh, BRB, she said. So I'm here talking by myself. I understand. Yes. Wow. So you guys, we still got 22 people in the house. Does anybody have? I know we've been dropping all night. I've been posting all night, but you know what? Hold on. What's his Facebook so we can drop that out there so people.
For Greg?
Yes.
That's a good question.
I'm looking. Let me get that up here. Very interesting guy. I mean, we have to get it. We have to start like 2 hours earlier because
there's just so much.
Yeah, and okay. Well, his ain't starting yet, so
I definitely wanted to know what his answer to his question tonight was. Like, what urban legend or what scary thing did he hear that he believes in?
Ooh. This box live. Okay, let's see. Oh, here we go. Wait, that's not it. That's not it. Hold on.
What are you trying to do?
Oh, right here. I found it.
She found it, everyone. I don't know what she found. Found it.
I found it. Copy. Let me drop this in chat so everybody can get it. Here we go. Thank you, Joanne. Say, I have CRS, which is can't remember shit. So I'm pretty sure it's affected a lot of people and stuff.
Wow. I've just gotten used to it. I'm immune to that shit.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'll address that one later. I got some hater trolls, so.
You have hater trolls.
Fluffy. Yeah, they're calling me fat. I don't care. I really don't care.
You're fluffy? So
it's pinned chat. Oh, thank you. It is. Oh, duh, it's pinned on chat. See, I got CRS. On my show, on their show, Myth or Mystery, someone comes on and tells a true story. Oh. But see, don't let them get in your head. I know. It's, I'm gonna send you this. I was arching my back because we were cleaning out a storage unit that we bought, and so this is why. Okay. So took the picture today and I wasn't spinning around. So this was, ain't no way she needs to get on okay. So I'm going to send this to, oh no, I lost it. Send it to you, Sydney, the pictures, and I'm going to send it to my nephew. But yeah, this is, okay, here's what they say I look like because I was arching my back because, like I said, we were cleaning out a fucking storage shed. They're stupid. Where are you? Hold on. Sydney. You know, people have to body shame other people. I mean, I guess that makes them feel better. There's one picture. See, now I forgot my own nephew's name. I know it. I'm just joking with you guys. Or am I? So here's the first picture. And then, because that's been going around, here's the picture my husband took of me today outside just before the show. Here you go. Here's the second picture. And they're saying it's photoshopped or something like that. So there. And they talk about, kids, they say kids are bullies and stuff. Well, they get it from their parents. Fantabulous. If you're fluffy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're fluffy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're fluffy and you know it, your buttocks surely show it. If you're fluffy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh. Wow.
My thing is, I don't even have time in a day to edit a picture, let alone edit my paranormal evidence.
That was right before.
Hell, do you have time to do that?
I know. It's because Jay's like, let's take a picture of you, because he's like, you're looking nice tonight, and that's cool that we had the same like little button.
We're matches.
Yes. But yeah, so we went outside. He took a picture, and they're saying I cropped it. No, and I'm like you. I don't edit to take shit out, or you know what I mean. I do like to edit. But, so yeah. So what time is it? Is he live yet? Let me.
He will be in a couple minutes. It's 9:55.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely want you guys to go over that. See, everybody's clapping. It's a good catchy tune, huh?
It is a good tune.
Ooh, I should make it that in AI. Let me write that. Like my other songs. I've been doing a lot of AI songs. Oh my God. Hey Roger, welcome. And again, you all have been we start Wednesday.
Thank you for tuning in to our season 2, episode 1. We were talking before we went live that we started season 1, episode 1 together. And
we did.
Season 2, episode 1
together. And we're going to
not leaving this together.
You better not. I'd fucking kick your ass.
I'd let you.
Yeah, you should say no. I kick my own ass.
I mean, there wouldn't be a reason for you to do it, so I would let you.
I guess next Wednesday, we're going to start with Greg's show again when Spirits Connect. So that's when we do the double Estes. He's letting me know that right now. So you guys definitely. And also next Wednesday, we're starting the Wee Woo show back up. It's the third season. So no one makes me bleed my own blood. Yeah, that's my nephew. I love him to death. He actually drove from California all the way to New Orleans for Fear Fest and to meet me, his favorite
Man,
dancer.
I'm totally bummed that I didn't even go to that. So pissed.
Kick your own ass now for that.
Dude, I do every single day. Like I was like, oh, I told Howard, I was like, yeah, I'll see you at Fear Fest, and never even showed up.
Yeah, it was fun. I really enjoyed it. A 3-day drive, but you know he met some really fantastic people. I want to say, and so you know Paul Taylor that plays Pinhead on Hellraiser. Oh, him and Paul are buddies and stuff. Yeah, he
That's
was like
badass.
Paul's personal chauffeur. They went out to eat together.
That's
It was
amazing.
really cool. Yeah. Other people, you know, the twins. I think
That's who I want to meet.
I think he had more fun than I did. He really hit it off with all these, you know, celebrities and stuff, and he built a rapport with them. He's got their personal phone numbers.
Hey, Joker, hit me up. I need that number. I need to collab with you. I'm just, those guys are phenomenal when it comes to paranormal investigation.
He was, and you know, Paul invited him and his friend out to dinner. And Paul was going to pay for it, but instead my nephew's like, nope, let me pay for it. So he actually bought Paul Taylor's dinner and stuff. Yeah, yeah. Yes, he did.
That's
You know,
cool.
when you meet people like that and you build that rapport up, and I mean, my nephew just jumped right in, was helping everyone, you know, and he didn't have to. He was there to have fun, but you know, I think it was. Do you think it was worth the drive? I think it was worth the drive. I really do. It was fun, and I can't think of the other guy's name. The arrogant ass. I didn't like him very well. Oh, John Azuno. He met him. He had fun with John. Yes.
I love John. That guy's amazing.
He's like worth every second of it. So yeah. I think he had more fun with the twins.
Hey,
They were doing a Photoshop, and I just happened to stick my head in between like Misty's hip and my nephew's hip. So I like yeah, I was like photo bombing. I want to meet Emmy, J Mac, and Patty from the G team.
ooh, I
You
want
guys
to
like the interview? I know. I want to meet Emmy too. I hear she's a pretty badass bitch. I think the interview was amazing tonight, you guys. And I mean, we're at 4 hours right now. He should. Oh, is he live? Is he live? Hold on. Let's click that link. So you guys, let's go on over there. I'm gonna drop the. Whoops, where did I go? Okay, right here. Let's drop that link. Wait, did he go live?
He's not live yet. Oh,
He's not live yet, but
we're still live on his page.
I know, I see that. Come on, Greg, go live. Privately
We're
chatted
waiting
with
for-
Emmy. Yes, you have. Come on, Greg. Well, this is at 4 hours, so I'm going to go ahead and drop the link here, you guys. They're going to be a few minutes late, but on that note, thank you all so much for being here. It's just going to get better and better. It's going to be an amazing season. We're going to kick it off, and yeah.
It's gonna be great.
Anything you guys say there, Sydney?
Thank you guys for watching us, crazy ladies. We love you.
I know.
And yes, it's gonna get
Love you guys.
more awesome. So stick around for the ride. We love you guys.
Oh yeah. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be a power show. So until we meet again, much love. Go over there and hit Greg up, and we'll be over there too. And you all have a fantastic night, a blessed evening, and everything else. So peace.
Peace out.